breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm just Suave. I'm here with Datum, and this is day number 2. Yes, the second day of 1xBet Rivals Mekong. Yesterday, we had some bangers on our screen on the broadcast just the other day, but we had some interesting things happen. So at the moment, we have had some sort of change in our format. We're going to be giving you guys a little bit of an update on that. But man, I really like, though, that we got to see basically all our teams play yesterday. We got to have an idea of how they play, which does make things a little bit more interesting when it comes to the drafts, when it comes to looking at the matchups. Our first matchup, of course, for the day will be between Mythic Seal and Team Spectrum.
Team Spectrum. Yeah, and one thing that excites me, Josh, about today is because of the format change that you mentioned, instead of PL3s, we will have best of 5s from now on. Let's show the updated bracket that we'll be having from here on out. Guys, just for your information, the group stage is done. We're down to the last 5 teams, as you can see on the board now, and we're gonna start with round 1, Mythic Seal versus Team Spectrum. Now, you might be wondering, why are they the first 2 teams to play today? Well, that's because yesterday they lost their both of their respective series. So both of them will be fighting to advance to fight against Newborns, the team that beat Team Spectrum yesterday. So if the Team Spectrum win against
we got a
Mythic
revenge
Seal,
match.
yes, exactly. We might be in for a rematch, and whoever loses, they're not out yet. They're gonna have to fight their way through the lower brackets.
Yeah, so with our double elimination bracket, it's gonna be a long grind, man. Especially if you are one of the first teams to fall down here. Of course, for Mythic Seal and Team Spectrum, that does mean it's gonna be a little bit easier to make your way into the grand final. But if you lose now, then you have to not lose. You are gonna be on the edge of your tournament life for 3 matches in a row to even get to the grand final, if even possible. But with that being said, speaking of the grand final, when you do win, if you do win, you will get the lion's share of our $15,000 US prize pool, 7,500 for the champion, first runner up 3,750, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of the potential rematches that we see once the first couple of rounds of the playoffs are done. We talked about the games yesterday, and there are a couple of surprise results. The first one being that first series, a lot of teams tout Mythic Seal to be the #1 team in Myanmar, only to be upset by Yangon Galacticos. So if they win up to the playoffs, or at some point, there's a probability that they're going to be facing against Yangon Galacticos again for the rematch. But one thing's for sure here, Josh, Mythic Seal, they are going to be out for blood. They were the ones that were expected to win yesterday. The odds were reflecting it. I think it was a 5-1 odds in favor of Mythic Seal, but Yangon Galacticos winning that. They well, of course, they pull the upset, and they start up with a bit of an easier start. They immediately start at that second round in the playoffs, so they only have to win 1 matchup to get to the semifinals.
And the interesting part about this is how it did go yesterday, right? For Mythic Seal, they did a great job in game 1. What happened was Young Galacticos came in with a reverse sweep, just beating them in the draft. And then when it came to game number 3, they just came alive, right? They showed what mechanics they had on top of the draft as well. So for Mythic Seal, they're really gonna have to change that narrative, man, because otherwise they're gonna be in the lower bracket again. And it's like I said earlier, it's gonna be a long road to grind out, because you can't lose a single series from that point onward.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk about TSM a little bit here, though. The team that will be starting up the game against Mythic Seal today. Yesterday, they were the only team to lose by a 0-2 fashion against NB. That was a really stellar performance for Newborns. But I think TSM, they have some work to do when it comes to just bouncing back mental-wise, because it's a tough loss to be able to go against NB like that. Well, not to discredit them anything, TSM have very fundamentally gifted players. NB was just performing at a completely different level yesterday. And TSM, I believe there was a little bit of execution imperfections when it comes to their early game. There's a lot that they could work out with the way they approach the game, and I really think they have a better shot at taking down Mythic Seal today if they have those addressed. So yeah, I think we're gonna be in for a banger, and I already said this, Josh, but they have more room to adjust today, because starting today, guys, it's gonna be exclusively best of 5s, except for the final, which I believe is still going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, so definitely gonna be some room to adjust, some room to learn from your mistakes. But I mean, Team Spectrum, man, the way that it did fall yesterday, it's a little bit of a problem when it comes to that, because the way that they lost yesterday basically gave away what their weaknesses was, which is specifically the early game. It was just not being able to fight for the resources, right? They were getting stifled out of their own jungle time and time again yesterday. So hopefully they have learned from that over last night after that last series that they played. But yeah, not more than just a mental game. They kind of also lost in the draft, especially in the second game, right? I think they had a pretty solid idea around the comp that they ended in after our drafting phase, but when it came down to the execution, I think there was a little bit more taunting, a little bit more something a lot more stifling when it came down to the energy, when it came down to the server. I feel like they were playing not to lose and instead of playing to win. And those two things are very different when you're at this kind of level of play.
Yeah. Now I want to talk about the second matchup upcoming here. It's Zino Esports versus Yangon Galacticos, the second matchup of the day. And by the way, guys, a bit of an update in our tournament format, because we're gonna have the playoffs from here on out. We're only having 2 matches for today. Yes, 2 matches, but it's both best of 5s. The first match is Mythic versus Team Spectrum, and the second match is the second round of the playoffs. It's Zino Esports versus Yangon Galacticos. These are the winners from yesterday's matches. If you remember, Josh, Zino, they had one of the fastest games in yesterday's matches with only I believe a sub 12-minute game. The best performance we've seen so far. Unfortunately, we didn't see a second matchup a second game from their matchup because of the forfeit of Wings Esports yesterday. But Zino, I'm excited to see what they're gonna show against Yangon Galacticos, the team that upset Mythic yesterday.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of talk about it too. If you were looking at YouTube chat and Facebook chat, there were quite a lot of Mythic Seal supporters out there. They were touting them as the number 1 in the region. So, which is why I feel like we also caught wind of that they were kind of just first seeded out of their country. Now, the problem for them at this point would be trying to crawl back, right? Because hey, we were top 1 for a while, but now we just got dethroned, which is gonna be a problem if they're not able to restore that. But of course, with that being said, again, we are at a double elimination format. If they don't make it through now, then they can make up for it later. But it just makes it so hard, man. It's so hard knowing that if you look at the bracket right now, the teams that they have to get past, right? Mythic Seal, even when they win here, they're gonna have to get past Newborns. They're gonna have to get past the winner of Zino versus YG, who dropped them down 1 loss yesterday as well. And even then, even if they survive later in the lower bracket as well, then whoever loses here, right? It doesn't matter which one of these 4 teams, if Mythic Seal or Team Spectrum, whoever drops down into the second bracket, they're going to be going up against some hardened Forza teams.
Exactly. And I love that you mentioned Newborns. One of the cleanest performers yesterday. They were the ones that won that final series yesterday up against Team Spectrum, I believe. And they barely made any mistakes. I distinctly remember feeling like their matches felt fast. Well, they weren't. Actually, they're one of the longer games of yesterday. First game going to 16 and a half minutes. The second game almost 14 minutes. But NB, the way they approached the map, it felt smooth. It felt clean, and it felt like they barely made any mistakes. And the most impressive part about the roster is that every single player on every single role performed. You talk about their marksman. I believe their marksman is a person named Super Khan. And of course, Shizu on the core role. And then you've got Index, man. I couldn't stop talking about Index yesterday on both the Kalea and the Cho. I couldn't wait to see the playbook here for Index. I believe there's more to come. I think there's more heroes that they could play in the current state of the meta. If the Cho can be played that well compared to a Kalea, I wonder what else Index could bring out for NB. But we'll see NB, I think, tomorrow. Because as you saw in the earlier bracket, they are immediately boosted to round 2. So, yeah, I think they're going to be playing against whoever wins in one of the matches today. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing more of NB tomorrow. And the competition is just so tight between the two teams. The young guns, the underdogs here, are going to have to step up even more so than they did yesterday. And I'm specifically looking at YG here, Josh. As we touted Mythic Seal yesterday to be one of the best supposedly out of the region, Yangon Galacticos already made the statement taking them out. Do you think they have what it takes to take out Zino Esports this time around, Josh?
And I feel like at this point they have a chip on their shoulder, man. They were holding onto that title of best in the region, and now they have to take it back. Think of it like when John Cena loses his belt and he has to fight back after God knows how long, right? But if you guys aren't wrestling fans, you're probably not as old as we are.
Yeah, it's definitely. Hey, you caught me off guard with that comment, Josh. You know that I've been thinking about that because my birthday's coming up. But anyway, speaking of things that are coming up, here is the draft phase between our first two teams battling it out in a best of 5 today. Mythic Seal on the blue side, Team Spectrum on the red, in a battle of the playoffs already. Here we go, Mythic Seal, first ban of the day again. We'll go to that badang. I'm trying to recall the bans that Mythic Seal were putting up to the plate yesterday, but for the most part, they were one of the teams that played towards that standard drafting. Apart from, I believe that was their mid laner playing, their mid laner playing for the Novaria, Nico, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Mythic Seal, one of the most consistent mid laners. Even when they're losing, Nico still performs. So I would expect to see that Novaria today.
Yeah, I do feel like that's definitely going to be one of the more important targets here. I think one of the weaknesses that Mythic Seal had was when it came down to the late game. And Novaria is a great artillery mage for those kinds of situations. Mythic Seal going to be banning out the Matilda. Yeah, I do feel like there is some sort of personal vendetta that these players have against the Matilda, right? Or any movement-based heroes here. So yeah, Chip gone as well. We saw some Chip shenanigans yesterday. It did work out as a pocket pick for a while, but that also came down to a lack of being able to prepare for the late game, or being able to spike before the late game came. That ended in a loss. If I'm not mistaken, that was Team TDM that brought out the Chip yesterday.
It's either TDM or Team Max. I'm not particularly sure.
It's one of those two in that matchup.
Yeah, but it's very specific type of playstyle when you bring out the Chip, right? Hilda bound on out by Myth here, so I believe they're gonna try and play for that late game instead. As we've seen yesterday, a lot of the pace of the game usually is dictated by the way that early game goes, and Myth, by banning the Hilda away, wants to play away from that early game, it seems like. There we go. First pick rotation. What are the available heroes here? Actually, both Harriet and Joy available. Kalea up for grabs as well. Hayabusa will receive a bit of priority too, with Fanny being banned on out. So, Myth, see what they're going to prioritize here. I wouldn't be mad if they actually put Nico on the Novaria first, because it feels like Nico can hold himself well against any particular opponent. They're going to go for the Harith instead, which is no surprise here. Still one of the stronger picks in the meta. Joy available too, so that is available for TSM to pick up, on top of maybe the Kalia or Lucas. Actually, a lot of the meta picks still available now. Suyo up for grabs as well.
And we saw what a Suyo could do. Surprisingly yesterday, I think we did talk about the Suyo as a mechanics-heavy hero, where we saw Suyo picked out quite a few times, but only once or twice getting success in all of the 7 games we had yesterday. Most of the time, it would depend on, or I think all the time, right? If the Suyo wasn't able to capitalize on that aggression and the strength that they had in the early game, and being able to quickly switch between mortal and immortal form, depending on what you're planning to do with that Suyo, then it's kind of non-productive. But for TSM, that's going to be the Phoveus and the Hayabusa. Definitely one of the more favored picks that we saw yesterday. I think we saw them in almost every series, if not every series yesterday.
Hayabusa, there you go. So the Joy left to be picked up here. I think Myth should try and ban that away if TSM doesn't pick it at the first rotation. Phoveus, of course, will be locked on in. So what is Myth going to pick in response as a tank? Hylos is up for grabs as well. Yesterday we saw a lot of priority for that Hylos. Ooh, they're going to be putting Nico on the Luo Yi this time around instead of the Novaria. I believe that's the first time we're going to be seeing Nico on that Luo Yi. Let me check the stats from yesterday. Yeah, Nico yesterday played Zushin for their third match. So here we go.
Oh,
First time we're
there
gonna be
you go.
seeing interestingly enough, TSM still picked the Novaria as sort of a bit of a challenge against Nico. So that's gonna be an interesting matchup in
That
the
is
mid
interesting.
lane. Yeah, so Joy, I'm expecting Joy to be banned out here by Myth.
Ling.
Or what? A Ling? A Ling?
Have we
ban?
seen a Ling so
Interesting.
far?
No.
Although to be
No, that
fair,
brings
I
me
feel
back.
like the Ling makes this interesting because of the fact that if you're not careful with a Novaria, your Ling's just gonna show up and just melt your Novaria out of nowhere. So maybe it's a preemptive pick here. They're gonna be banning out the Granger as well for a Mythic Seal. What did we see out of a Granger yesterday? I think we only saw a successful Granger once out of all the games that we had yesterday.
Yeah, I think from NB that was Super Cunts.
Super
The
cunt, yeah.
Unstoppable Granger. And so TSM, wonder what their backup plan is. They don't have the marksman yet, so Ranger out for the count. Maybe opens up the plate for a Moskov, just for a bit of late game insurance there for TSM. Quite curious about the Ling ban though. It's been a while since I've seen a Ling. Maybe it's a pocket pick of Myth we're unaware of. Maybe that's one of the things that they could play really well. But I wouldn't be too worried about that.
Yeah,
if you had the
Moskov
focus.
banned up.
But anyway, Moskov banned away. So the first pick for TSM, what is it going to be? I'm lacking a little bit on their CC here. Yes, they have a lot of damage already on the Novaria and the Hayabusa. Perhaps something with a little bit of CC. An Irithel, Josh. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that an Irithel?
That's an Irithel. Did we see an Irithel yesterday?
No, not
I
even
don't think we
close.
have, right?
Nah.
We haven't. We haven't. I think yesterday what we were seeing most of was actually the Moskov
Rangers.
and the Grangers. But I do
I think
feel
the-
like what
thing that
happened
was-
yesterday, we didn't really see too much out of the gold laners. It was more central towards the jungle and the XP lane where we were seeing a lot of action.
Yeah, I think the closest thing that we saw to something that was out of the meta yesterday was a carry. I think it was in the
Carry.
final series as well. So the Irithel this time around would be particularly interesting. There you go. Both very powerful pickups for Myth. I'm really liking the composition here. They have tons of AoE, tons of CC as well. And TSM, what is their response going to be? I love this draft from Myth. It covers all of their corners. They even have some late game prowess in the form of both the Luyi and the Gatokacha and the Harith, of course. So TSM is going to round up their comp with just some tankiness on the Hylos. I don't say that to discredit the Hylos, of course, if you're still a very powerful final pick here. But let me ask you this, Josh. Out of these two comps, do you like the spiciness of the Irithel, or do you like just how strong Myth look like with this standard composition?
I feel like with this Irithel pick, man, this is kind of like it's a bit of a coin flip, right? If you're able to get value out of this Irithel early in the game and actually let it snowball into the late game, this could be a great pick, right? Because an Irithel, it's out of meta, but it doesn't matter if you're in the meta or not. If you know how to use it mechanically, know how to walk in to the game with an actual game plan around the Irithel, rather than it just being I don't know what to pick, I just go ahead and pick Irithel here. So it's going to really depend on how defined this game plan is, how efficient Team Spectrum is with their team here to be able to bring it into a win. Because I just feel like Myth is so well-rounded. They have all their bases covered, right? We talked about the early game, the late game, in the form of the Suyu for the early game, and then, of course, the Harith and the Gatot and the Luyi for late game. So we're just going to have to see.
Yeah, the one thing that I think could be a challenge here for Team Myth is how they're going to take out that Irithel if it does snowball. They don't have a dedicated assassin. Sure, you can argue that they have a Harith, but it's not really the easiest of jobs. Here comes the early engagement from Kun. Goes in for the taunt, but he's a little bit too deep there. Karchko trying to pummel him to punish him. At this point, Akler going to be coming in from that middle side. A Shine is the one to take the blunt force of that damage from Myth, but TSM, good job trying to punish Myth there. Almost taking a couple of losses, but they stay alive for now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of showing some leg, so to speak. But you can see the amount of space that Myth are taking up, man. They're all the way in here, doing the damage, keeping them distracted so that they can't keep their attention on their objectives. Because look at this, they're already stealing the scroll crab. I wouldn't be surprised if they already got the gold crab at this point in time. But the jungle camps are just being eaten up by Team Mythic. And this is a thing that happened yesterday too. TSM were basically not allowed to farm early in the game, and that's why it just snowballed so quickly for them yesterday.
But actually, a pretty good job from Shine, trying to soak up all that damage. He is, of course, one of the strongest heroes on their roster in this early game, being the high boss. So he has to have
Here we go again.
good time in this early game. Again, Shine doing the exact same thing, catching Boye. Here comes Ken on the immortal form as well, starting up the turtle for Mythic Seals. What can TSM do? No ult yet for the Hylos. It's just he tries to go back into the fight. Here comes Aki coming in. Nico goes to stun onto Shine, and that's already a dead horse in form of Shine. That's a taunt onto Young as well, who does go down, and that is a turtle secured by Myth. One kill down already. Boye gets pummeled by the killing shadow, but Young is the one to go down to that Kalea. It's a 2-for-1 trade. The stun connects. There comes
Tsunami Slam.
And Boye will be pummeled down by a lot of CC with the demonic force. We'll be able to pump him down as Boye gets traded. A 2-for-2. Good turnaround for Karjko as TSM find a couple of kills. So does Myth, but the Lord goes to Mythic Seal.
Makes things a little bit more interesting, man. They really did try and fight back, make sure that they could get as much value as they could out of that team fight. So 2-for-2, not bad. Even with the turtle here, they got maybe an extra 300 gold at this point, right? And not too much of a lead. So TSM know what they're doing today, and they do actually have a game plan. But the problem right now is they do kind of start losing. I feel like the way that they followed up after that team fight might not be possible to do again once Team Mythic have their items up. Makes it easier for them to slip away from the grasp of Team Spectrum.
Yeah, and I love the decision making there of TSM as well. They know that they have that advantage on the level 4 power spike of the Novaria because of that extra damage from the ulti. Nico doesn't have the same thing, because remember, Nico's ult is a big old TP. It doesn't really deal any damage, so they leverage that to try and fight that turtle take, and they take a couple of kills for themselves. Granted, they didn't win the turtle fight, but at least they were able to press the issue. Here comes again Kun ulting on the top side. Kajko getting pummeled by 4 people, and he is just a dead phobia. So that's a kill for Mythic Seal.
And that's what we said about Team Mythic yesterday. They have really good rotations. They know when to go where on the map. They have specific targets for specific parts of our game. And just knowing how to keep control of that, keep them guessing about where the hell you are on the map, makes things so much easier. Because look at this, they have to invest these people. Clear is already here trying to check, are they around the turtle? Yes, Shine's here as well, trying to zone them out, but the rest of Team Mythic are already gathering up. That's 4v2 right now. Young S just a little bit too far away here to actually contest it, but they're not going to be trying to get it done just yet.
Yeah. You can see Cleary still trying to provide that long range damage. And at this point, they still have a bit of an advantage in terms of the team fight, unless there's a big ult to come from that Gato Kacha. Here comes the demonic force of Karjko, already dealing a ton of AoE. The Tsunami Slam into the back line, but Karjko having to back off after that Shine. The Hylos frontlining for everyone, and suddenly TSM gets turned on as Myth find Karjko. That's one player down, and they should gem the turtle again. 1 kill for Mythic, unanswered by TSM, and this should be the turtle as well for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, and Mythic Seal are just one of those teams that when it comes to the team fights, man, they know exactly how to do it. The shot calling is great, right? The target selection is great. Something that was a weakness across 2 or 3 teams yesterday was when it came to the down and dirty moments of the game, when it came to the 5v5 team fights. Everyone was just fighting their own battles. But Mythic Seal are one of those teams that know exactly what to do. But Kun got out in the open. Nice. He gets away.
Yeah, nice use of the after the Guardian Guard, try and run away. We'll be able to do so as Ken starts a fight with Young S. That is Hayabusa, a little bit slippery to get a hold of. So Kun stays alive for now. And a great job from Myth actually anticipating the movements here of Team Spectrum, denying that punish. Kun using that ult at the last second to survive. And actually, they don't lose much off of that. Gato Kacha ult, yes, is powerful, but they don't really have any objective fight happening in the next minute or so. So Mythic Seal should be good off of that. And just like that, we have a 3,000 gold lead here for Mythic Seal, Josh.
Yep. Things are starting to catch up to TSM, man. Got 1 turret, quite a few kills. Well, 2 is still a few. But just right now. The way that Mythic Seal is, it's not as flashy as one would have thought. When it comes to these kinds of fights, man, Zippy just takes down Shine nice and quick, melting them down. Zemo trying to get away. Still alive. Karchko also. Oh,
Money force onto the back line. Karchko tries to turn that around, but he's the one getting turned on, so he will be dead as well. 2 players down for TSM. Mythic Seal start the fight quite unexpectedly. Good jump there. Catching TSM unexpected. They weren't expecting a fight to go down because the turtle is not spawning until 15 seconds, and Mythic Seal took advantage of that. Caught them pants down. TSM down 2 players. No response, and now the turtle is up. Will they contest this, Josh?
I do feel like they're gonna try, man. But the problem is, it may be ill-advised if they actually do, because right now, look at Ken. He's level 11. You have so much damage coming in from Zippy as well, and they're just outclassed in terms of items, in terms of XP. And here we go. We're gonna be starting it off now. Turtle gone.
Pathway. Gonna be used by Shine CG here. Try and find a little bit of meat shield, but he will be down immediately.
Oh, boy.
Can find Zeno as well. 2 out for the count for TSM as they back off. Turtle secured again for Mythic Seal, and Ken just pushes down this mid lane. They're looking for the kills. Blade Surge forward. That's gonna be the Avatar of the Guardian coming into behind the tower as Kun goes and help his teammate. Meanwhile, Nico is just pushing down this first tower in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Zippy on a lone skirmish against Young will be shutting down the Hayabusa with a clean combo. And Mythic Seal get a kill again. Lots of turret damage as well as they march on with 7,000 gold lead. Mythic Seal running away with the late game.
Definitely running away with it, man. Look at these. Right now, the odds 1.06, 6.60. By the way, code Rivals if you want to get your 100% deposit bonus. But with that being said, of course, man, this game is not looking good. It's just gone from bad to worse. At first, we were seeing TSM actually try and fight, actually get away with something in return. But now, every time they meet in a 5v5, a 4v4, as long as it's a team fight, they're definitely not having a good time. And look at this, Kun dares to get up close and personal, just daring Shine to start something. And here we go again, the glorious pathway being brought out.
Into the back line, Cohen will be able to survive, but the double knockback from that into the back end. Blade Surge from Ken gets the kill onto Karchko. They're fighting under tower, Josh, and Kun still surviving here. And look at the amount of damage that Zippy throws out, forcing Shine to just back off immediately. So that's 1 player down for TSM again as Myth take another tower.
The gold lead is getting worse and worse. We're at 8,000 gold and counting. You got the minion wave just pushing out from all sides. Shine.
Zippy.
This guy's supposed to be the tank for the team. He's just melting down. It doesn't matter who you're up against, man. Zippy's just taking them down so low on the health in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and because Karchko has just been punished over and over again, he can't use his ult into the back line once Zippy engages, because he's just gonna go down immediately. That's the problem here. Once a Phobia starts falling behind, and just like that, Mythic Seal are starting to lord with 8,000 gold to spare. They'll be able to take this down without any contest at all from TSM. And the next siege could be the last, Josh. TSM have to find a big play somewhere.
Yeah. But what do they do? Where do they even find it from here? Because they can't even get out of their own base, man. Can't get any of the buffs, right? Everything is covered here in the jungle. Basically, everything is... It's like when you open up to Simba, man. Everything that you can see is yours. That's it.
I'm looking at Zippy here. He's one of the most powerful players right now in the roster of Mythic Seal. Once he lays down that Chrono Dash, he's going to start killing people. But Lord is matching down on the bottom side. Oh, a bit of wave clear coming through. Good knockup coming in. And that's Tsunami Slam into the back line. But Shine just goes down. That's a Chrono Dash to get the unstoppable for Zippy QT as he goes on and try to kill Zino. But we'll be able to back off for now on the Hayabusa. Oh, look at the poke onto Young S. And what an engage from Boye this time around. Pushing forward. Flicker still available for the Kalia as they push down on the bottom side. Taunt getting charged by Kun here. We'll be able to catch Karchko, who is gonna go down in the hands of Ken on the mega kill. And TSM backing off into their own base. 4 people left standing. Mythic Seal decide to back off for now, taking one in mid tower.
Nice and calm here. Kun does get hit by the meteorite, has to back off, but there's so much control now. Mythic Seal are just gonna let them have it, at least for now. They have kind of farmed almost all the jungle camps that they have so far, so it's all right. Gonna back off, make sure that it's safe. No overextensions at this point because we are getting close to the part where TSM can start building up a real defense here.
Can they even do that though? When
Uh-oh, here we go
start pushing up like this,
again!
and Ken just destroys Akleri just like that with the aid of the chrono dash from Zippy Cutie, who will be looking for Young S as well. Oh, here goes Young getting hit by the gut ult, and that's 2 players out immediately for TSM as they try and defend this mid lane tower. What can they do here? Karjko, Zino, and Shine CG. What can you do with Kun walking up to the back line? Tsunami Slam onto Karjko, and he's just down. Shine goes away as well. That's the double. Zippy looking for the triple now, but that's the base getting marched on by the players of Mythic Seal, who are out for blood, out for revenge, and out for TSM. They take the first game of this BO5.
That's Mythic Seal, man, making a statement today that that team yesterday was a completely different squad. And what a way to do it. Sub 13 minutes in this game, and what could arguably be called a flawless game. Not a single tower, not a single objective was picked up by Team Spectrum here, and they just dominated the map the entire game.
Yeah, exactly. And the way they approached that as well, very clean. Every objective fight, they were on the jump, and they took advantage of the fact that they had that early game going strong for them. I mean, we talk about having a Suyo on your roster and how you have to be proactive in that early game. It's exactly what they showed us this time, that Mythic Seal are capable of that playstyle. Something that they weren't able to achieve as robustly yesterday. Now they show us that yes, they can go for that playstyle as well, and can put the Suyo playstyle on their roster. They executed fairly well there, actually fairly cleanly. So good job. Congratulations to Mythic Seal for the first win. But you gotta remember, guys, this is a best of 5, so there is some room of adjustment available. Actually, a fair bit of room of adjustment available for Team Spectrum.
Yeah, the problem is, man, what do you even adjust from there, right? Of course, you want to try and ban out a couple of the problematic picks from the other side. Suyu is there. The Kalia as well has been immensely well played by Boye here as well. And of course, the way that they walk around the map, right? Just the lack of map control, the lack of vision that they had across the map here was definitely one of the problems, despite the fact that the Novaria should have been able to provide them some sort of information, especially in the early game when it came to those kinds of situations.
I don't think the problem here, Josh, is necessarily their banning from Mythic. I think they should try and adjust their own roster here. The Irithel just took a little bit too much time to find damage. I don't think it even did a lot in that late game, because that's the problem with Irithel. You take so much time to scale. You take so much time to get to the point where you actually are capable of melting down enemies. And at that point, you still need the setup of the front line, which is impossible in that game because their Phobias just kept getting destroyed by the Kalia on the opposite side. So I think some adjustment is due with the way they approach their draft, but I do like the Novaria pickup. It gave them so much leeway in that early game. Admittedly, it wasn't enough in the face of the enemy Suyo, but I think that's a step in the right direction. Some minor tweaks in the way they pick up their heroes. Maybe adjust away from the marksman playstyle, play a little bit more towards that mid game could help out TSM win a couple of games at least in this series.
Yeah, I just feel like right now it's been made, it set a precedent, right? That Mythic Seal are not going to let it get to that late game. So I feel like they really need to lean into that strength in the early game, the mid game as well, to be able to at least fight them off. I think we saw some shadows of that, some flashes of that when we had this first game, but they fell behind so fast. Even the Phobias, I think we talked about the Phobias for a while during this game as well, where it wasn't really getting that much value because they started to fall behind. And when it comes to Phobias, you want to be the one who is ahead in terms of items, in terms of level, in terms of gold, to be able to get the most out of a Phobias.
Yeah, absolutely. TSM have some adjustment to do here. And the Mythic Seal showing that they are still on form, still the same Mythic Seal that we know and love, and still a force to be reckoned with despite being dethroned yesterday. And you can see just the motivation of the players here, right? From that loss yesterday, they're out for revenge. They're here for blood. And TSM are the first team on their way. So TSM, they have to work double time to sort of try and meet Myth at that same level of willpower, because otherwise it's going to be a lower bracket run for them. But it's too early to call for that. I think they really just need to adjust their draft here, particularly on that Earthel side. It's just a little bit too hard, a little bit too time consuming to get an Earthel going, especially in the face of a Suyo, a Kalea. It's too time consuming as well. And yes, Earthel is a good scaler, but if you can't get to that late game, then it's a little bit too far off to find as much value as you hope for in that Erythel. So while we're waiting for the game highlights, guys, I want to remind you that we still have a 100% bonus promo ongoing. That's right. Use the code RIVALS, that's RIVALS, to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit on us. You can use that to bet on the upcoming games, or in this game in particular. You just saw the odds earlier. I think it was 6 point something for TSM, 1.06 for Mythic Seal. So yeah, you should remember to use the code RIVALS for your first deposit for a 100% bonus. And let's see the post-game highlights. Just take a look at what transpired in that game, really. But I do have to give credit to Ken in that early game. What a performance. Zippy as well was just taken over in that late game.
Yeah, I think we were looking for a little bit more out of Zippy today, because he was kind of overshadowed by the rest of his team, right? Ken was doing such a great job. Boye looked amazing on the Kalia, and Nico on regardless of what hero, right? Playing in the mid lane was a sight to behold yesterday. So Zippy kind of was low-key, but today we got some heroics out of him. We had some great fights out of him, some great initiations as well. The 1v1s in the top lane were great to watch as well, and it was just keeping TSM on it was looking like they were just stuck in the middle of the map, not knowing where to even look, because you're worried about Ken, you're worried about Boye, you're worried about Zippy. What do you even target first at this point?
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of the problem, right? When you fall behind as well, so it's not necessarily its own entire fault. But let's take a look at who the MVP is in this particular game. But I do have a guess here. It is going to be Zippy QT, who was just all over the map earlier, not even getting a single death, completing 4 out of his 5 items. This Harith is a menace. TSM have to find a way to deal with this. Maybe TSM should just go for a Joy pickup instead in that roster instead of an Irithel. But yeah, they have to address a lot in that drafting phase, as Mythic Seal, a powerhouse when it comes to the meta picks. You can see just how well they executed. Like from that first turtle fight too, you know that Mythic Seal have come to play. Well, TSM, they did try and press the issue. Mythic Seal still came out on top barely, and that gave them a bit of a snowball to start off this game strong, and CPQT just ran away with it.
Yeah, it's just so well done, man. Boye, great on the initiations, just being able to isolate them, right? Thanks to the Tsunami Slam. Ken being able to get himself in the middle of the action, just do all the damage, being able to get those last hits, securing the kill, securing the objectives even at certain times. And you had everything you would have needed here for Team Mythic to win this game. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue this precedent into the rest of this series. But the problem is, it's a best of 5, man. There's a lot of room for error, a lot of room for learning from TSM. So we're just going to have to see what it looks like when it comes to the next few games, or if they can keep this form up.
Yeah, absolutely. Mythic Seal, let's see what they can do from here on out. We have this team, of course, is a team that we've seen come back from slumps and become and sometimes make one too many mistakes as well, as was demonstrated yesterday in their matchup against YG2. So let's see what they can do here. I wonder if they're gonna bring out the Granger this matchup. Yesterday, Zippy didn't necessarily have as much or as well of a performance as he hoped for on the Granger. But let's see. The Harith definitely looks really, really good on Zippy. It seems like they addressed that marksman problem by not putting Zippy on the marksman, which is something that they could do here as well. But the question is, can TSM catch up to that? Yesterday, Zippy, once he played away from the marksman, was when they found a lot of success. So Mythic should just, I think, steer veer off the Moskov and the Granger and stick to what he know works. Play the Harith and play maybe even a Joy for that matter. But this time they're on the red side, so TSM might just ban the Harith away.
Yeah, okay. Battle the Louis, though. I feel like this is really preemptive of a ban. I do feel like we didn't really see that too much out of the Louis. So I wouldn't. It does surprise me that this isn't their. This is their first ban, right? But Zushin out for Mythic is no surprise. I feel like Zushin has been, if not the pick, it was going to be a ban. It's a high priority here that we've been seeing over the last couple of days. TSM, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to ban away the Harith, maybe even the Kalbia as well. But I do feel like the number one thing that they want to try to avoid here in the second game is to try and get rid of the Suyu specifically. That's going to be a Cho ban for TSM.
Oh, they're going to be banning the chip away instead. So, in my opinion, the Shushin ban here makes a lot of sense for Mythic Seal. That pick in particular hurts them more than it helps them. I believe Nico is the type of player who just shines more when it comes to playmaking compared to Zushin, that is more of a macro kind of play style, more of a play towards your late game, play towards your scaling, play towards the team fight and teammates. Less so for the micro potential as that of the Novaria and the Luogi. So I think that helps them here in this regard, just to take away that possibility of getting a Zushin on the opponents. Kalea, though, is something that they're pretty good with, so Boye gonna have to play something else. But we've seen Boye yesterday on the Tigreal performing really, really well as well. Just not being able to perform towards that late game because of how strong YG became on the scaling department with Han on the Fanny. So that's something they could look at here as well. The Fanny not receiving any priority in that banning. So maybe Mythic Seal can look at the option of a Fanny or a Hayabusa for that first rotation of picks.
What does interest me here is that is the fact that the Badang wasn't the first ban out here. But of course, so that being said, they do ban it out eventually. And the Matilda for Mythic Seal. Oh, there you go. That's the Fanny we were asking for. I do have some qualms with this Fanny. It's the fact that if you don't get yourself to the late game, if you don't get yourself strong early enough, then it's gonna be a problem. And we saw that happen in game number 1, right? They needed this Irithel to really pop off. They needed it to be able to. They needed to be able to feed it, to get themselves into a good position when it came to the mid game, when it came to the late game, but they didn't get to that point. So if Team Spectrum aren't actively taking more objectives, actively trying to invade Mythic Seal's jungle in the same energy that Mythic Seal was doing in game number 1, I feel like this Fanny may just fall flat.
Absolutely. The thing is, they do have the support system to do so. Shine CG earlier showed us that he can be that early game driving force on the high loss. Oh, but Mythic just meeting them, fighting fire with fire, meeting them with bare arms here with the Hilda. They said, this is what they're saying with this Hilda pick, Josh. You're gonna go for the early game. I like it. Let's go for the early game. They pick up the Hilda, probably gonna pick up something for that early game as well to complement that with, and they're gonna try and shut down Shine and Skarjko, or rather a Young S on that mid-early rotation as well. So I wonder what the jungler is gonna be here. Hayabusa is of course one of the stronger options, but does falter a little bit compared to the early game Fanny. So they're gonna go for the Cho.
Okay.
I like this for Mythic Seal. TSM, I think, did not anticipate this to come out, and Mythic Seal, they're saying, bring this on, let's make some plays.
Yeah, I feel like this surprises me a little bit just because of the fact that we did see the possibility of a ban of the Cho earlier. Instead, they did elect to ban out the Badao and the chip. So with the Cho available, I'm not surprised here because you have the existence of the Hilda, you have the Moskov here. This is really well rounded, especially when it comes to the later part of the game. If you do get to the late game phase past 13 minutes, then it's going to be a big problem for TSM.
But I love the cancelability, the playmaking potential here of the Cho. Did see a glimpse of a Cho yesterday. It was phenomenal from, I believe that was Team YB, or NB, sorry, Team NB yesterday, the final series. Excited to see just how much Mythic Seal could pull off with this Cho. I'm actually curious who's playing the Cho, who's playing the Hilda this time around. What kind of Cho build are we going to be expecting to see? Is it going to be the tankier kind or more the damage kind? I would expect the first one, honestly. Mythic
I would
Seal,
expect the first one. I feel like it's a 1-for-1 trade for Boye's Kalia here to be able to replace Boye, because he's such a good player when it comes to setting up the plays for his teammates, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if this was the setter Cho.
Yeah, and it plays perfectly into the Fanny as well, right? You need that single target isolation, pop on a Cho with a Wave the Dragon, and then you've got a Fanny that's locked in for a couple of seconds at the minimum, and then you push him away with the Moskov up to a wall, and that's a dead Fanny in that regard. So Mythic Seal, it's a lot of playmaking potential and a lot of anticipation as to how they're going to receive this aggression for TSM. Can they actually be aggressive now with the counter punch being available from Mythic Seal? That's the big test here for TSM, as the band's now pushing on. Phoveus gonna get taken away, so no Phoveus this time. I believe this is one of the few times we don't have a Phoveus on the map here, which is impressive.
It is impressive, yeah.
Is that a Joy being banned out by Mythic Seal? I'm not sure if that's a Joy or a CC. But if the Joy is banned out, that opens up the possibilities here. They're really doubling down here on that single target CC. Selena Cho as well. It's full on pick potential here for Mythic Seal. And this is a bit risky, Josh, because in the current state of the meta, this isn't a very powerful comp, especially if you don't get the snowball rolling for the Selena. So they're gonna have to work double time to get this early game snowball going for Mythic Seal. Otherwise, they don't have much in the way of team fights.
But the thing is, right, the way that Mythic Seal plays, their playstyle really does kind of work into getting aggressive, trying to get things early in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does work out for them. Maybe it just works so well with how they play, the tempo at which they take space, at the tempo at which they initiate fights. This is great, because now with a Joy here available as well, picked out for Mythic Seal, that's a great amount of damage as well. Couple it with everything you have on the other side, right? For TSM, you have to worry about the Harith, worry about catching the Fanny, and you have single target CC for days, man. You get hit by Selena, you get hit by the Moskov Spear, you get set up by the Cho, and you're dead. And yes, you have 1, 2, 3 soft targets for TSM, but the problem is, I just feel like
it's very hard to catch them. It's
going to be so hard to catch, but at the same time, if you know who you're targeting specifically, right? In this case, you'd be wanting to shut down the Fanny early and keep them from getting strong. Then, as long as you have your target prioritization in check, then this could be a great one. But on the other side, man, if they don't, it's going to be a terrible game.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 of our first playoff series. And it is a wild composition here for Mythic Seal. The first time we're going to be seeing a Selena in the playoffs or in any game here at Rivals. And it's in the hands of Nico from Mythic Seal. This is going to be interesting if they pull this one off. It's a very risky composition, considering especially how good the comp of TSM is. If we go to the late game, it's going to be almost impossible to go for a team fight against TSM's comp, because they even put Shine on the Gato Kacha, which makes it impossible for Nico to find anything in that late game team fight. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to pull this off. And the target here is, of course, going to be Kuzanski on that Fanny. Boye making it his duty to find out the location, the whereabouts of where Kozanski is. Keep track of that Fanny so that we can shut him down once we get those level 4 power spikes. As Boye, of course, on the Cho is going to be particularly hard to take down. As you can see on the screen right now, the odds 6.6 for TSM, as that's Kun getting pummeled, but it's a Hilda. One of the toughest players to shut down. But Kozanski with a bit of hesitation there, actually.
There was a lot of hesitation.
Kun alive, as Ken is the one to take that first blood. Shuts down Zino on the Harith.
And it's happening again, man. I told you, when it comes to Mythic Seal, these guys like playing that fast tempo, that Echo Express-esque, if you watch MPL back in season 11, right? That kind of speed, that kind of tempo at which they play these games is something that just works with this comp, right? It just remains to be seen if they can make it last until late game.
Turtle started by Kun here on Mythic Seal side. Nico about to rotate around the area as well. Look at the big flank from Boye, looking for a potential target. But that's Shine though, a little bit too tanky, so I don't think it's going to engage the way of the dragon to Shine. It's Kun with an early engagement too. First, a bit of damage done onto Karjko as Turtle gets reached down to 5,000. Here comes the Glorious Pathway coming in, and Ken with a good net 3 onto the Turtle. Mythic Seal trying to find the targets, but the team fight is going in favor TSM. Boye goes down early, a little bit too eager with the way the dragon, as it is a Turtle for a kill trade. Myth taking the Turtle, so they back off now with a bit of a gold lead.
Gonna be happy about that for now. You actually did see that it's happened again. Kozanski has lost track of time. He was not even close to getting an opportunity to try and fight against that Turtle and try and steal it here. And so they're more than happy to just back off after that, because now they're almost 2,000 gold ahead. And at this point in time, that's gonna snowball real fast. Because look at this, they've been forced to back off here. We're getting free jungle camps, free gold, free experience for Ken as well. They just double down on that fast tempo of a game.
And Mythic Seal doing exactly what they're supposed to do in this early game. Shine though, caught by Kun here. 1v3 under tower is possible, but that is a Gato Kacha, so not necessarily the best target for such an escapade. And so Zippy's just gonna back off for now. And surprisingly, Boye actually struggling a little bit to find their mark. At this point, you would expect a little more than one kill for this type of pick composition. So TSM, you could argue that yes, they are behind, but given the circumstances, they're actually doing a pretty good job fending off Mythic Seal. See, the thing about this comp from TSM is they just have to buy time, get to that mid game, and then they could look for team fights. And there's nothing Mythic Seal could do about it.
Yeah, you can even see Zippy just threatening with the spear here. Gives you an idea, hey man, I'm right here. I can start things if I want to. So you can actually see them just slowly shying away from the Mythic members, but now it's looking like it might be another fight here in mid, the 3-man stack here. But we finally have the Turtle coming up, so it's going to be a game of patience. Now Ken, they're going to try and get rid of the retry holder here. There he goes, backs off. He's going to be alive for now. Kozanski should be in a little bit of an advantage here, but the problem is it's going to be a question of whether or not they can keep it. It looks like Ken wants to try and steal the Turtle here, just waiting for it to be done. Reset here as well. A little bit of a dance around the Turtle here.
Yeah, Mythic Seal a bit scattered in this fight, so I don't think they can take this as of yet. Kun is deep into enemy lines, so Mythic Seal is scattered across the board, means that they can't necessarily go for a fight yet. But look at TSM, all grouped up. I like the positioning here of TSM. They could engage onto Kun and catch him off guard here. Kozanski will be the first to try and catch him down, but Kun particularly tanky at this point in the game as they start
the
Turtle dance here. Karjko coming in, 2k HP, and the Turtle will be taken by Ken. Somehow, Mythic Seal was able to turn that around. TSM, a big point of hesitation cost them that Turtle.
I mean, the existence of Kun in the back just gives you the idea of, hey man, if Kun is all the way back here, where is the rest of Mythic Seal? And that's why Kozanski was trying to track him down, trying to get him out of the way. And now he's falling behind. Even Nico's getting value out of the Selena. That I gotta be honest, man, we had our doubts about this Selena just because of the fact that maybe a little bit too much single target CC in this comp. But it just seems to be working right now. It might not be as flashy as their usual, but they are getting the objectives.
Archo getting caught up here. Double knock up with the Jet Kundo and Kun being there as well. Kuzanski looking for a 1v1 onto Ken, but Ken just ignoring him for the moment. He's going after all. Look at the damage from Ken. Just activating the electrifying beats to shut down that Fanny, force him to recall away. As Mythic Seal looking for an engagement, Boye.
Maybe.
Kundo looking for the knock-up. Shine found Kun, but Kun is just a headache, being a menace in the back line as Mythic Seal pushing up. Shine CG forced to use a bit of utility. Boye gets a knock-up into the Wave of Dragon onto that horse, and the Hylos is just down for the count. Ken has entered the electrifying beats into that ulti from the Hylos. That is forcing TSM to back off for now as Mythic Seal find the mark. They get the kill, get the 5,000 gold lead, and they're sieging the mid base.
They're just threatening violence all over the map. It doesn't matter where you are. Look at this. Kuzanski makes an attempt on Boye. Barely hits him, man. At this point, it tickles for this guy. And you can, it's just the amount of gold, the level difference that we have right now. They're so far ahead. And this is what we said. This is what we were careful about. Shine, solo, Kun can just walk around willy-nilly, not giving a care in the world if that's 1 or 4 people across the bush. Because he's not gonna die anytime soon.
Look at Zippy, he's just working the top tower. And they're able to pick that up without any hassle whatsoever as the turtle spawns up yet again. Mythic Seal, of course, has the entirety of the river under their control. At this point, Zippy could just start up the turtle without having to worry about the chances of an invade. The Mythic Seal gonna aid their marksman nonetheless. Nico providing some information, clearing up some of the bushes around the purple buff. Boye, they could just set up these flanks because they're so good. Kuzanski though somehow shuts down Zippy. It's just like that. TSM can start the fight. Shine gets Nico. That's the jump they've been looking for as Ken forced to use the ult to back off, and Mythic Seal, crucial mistake there. A little bit too deep for comfort. Zippy goes down, and that's 2 players out for Mythic. TSM strike back.
Yeah, but the problem is the Retry holder is not dead, and it's a little too early in the game to celebrate those kind of kills. But it's okay, they're gonna go all in. Ken gone, and that's what they needed. This might be them getting their first objective of the series.
Yeah, big mistake coming through from Myth as well. As Kun trying to pick up the pieces as one of their towers do go down. Zippy finally enters the fight this time as Mythic Seal forced to walk off, licking their wounds. 4 players left standing as the Lord getting threatened by TSM now. Mythic Seal, they're getting too comfortable here, Josh. Their timer is starting to tick.
Retribution gone. Ken is going to take a while to get back here. But I'm actually surprised that TSM are not trying to actively take this first Lord, because this would have given them one hell of a lead if they could. Now, the dance begins. A little bit of a show of force here from both teams right now, playing in and around the bushes, just threatening some stuns, threatening some setups. Zippy Cutie takes down Kuza. Wait, no, that's terrible. They've let Zippy do everything he wants. He's gonna get rid of this tower, do that damage, shows up, joins his teammates, and look at the setup again. Shine will fall, and they're going for more blood.
Yeah, Zippy going back into the back line with that ulti and take down a couple of players from TSM. A crucial 1v1 that Kuzanski lost meant that Myth could just take the fight, and now the Lord getting started as well by Myth. TSM, that could have been the turning point for TSM there had they decided to go for the fight, but instead Kuzanski went down, and that's when Mythic jumped. TSM got outmoved again, this time on the macro sense, and they stay ahead, take the Lord, take the mid tower, and Zippy's just gonna go back on that side lane duty looking for the 1v1s.
Just when we thought things were starting to fall in their favor, they make a fall, they make a mistake, a miscalculation here, and look, they're desperate to stay back. Just the threat of being in range of Boye, being in range of Kun as well. They don't want to risk it because they seem to have learned their lesson at this point.
TSM not overstepping their bounds anymore. And Kozanski has got to be more careful of the fights that he takes, considering that Zippy's now 2 levels ahead. Lord now marching onto the base of TSM.
the gold,
Do they
man.
have the wave clear for this? Yes, 7,000 gold lead for Mythic Seal as they try to push up. Glorious Pathway engage for TSM, trying to defend this tower. They will be locking it up for now, but the Lord crashing down will be cleared up for now. TSM could breathe as the minions try and refresh towards their base. Stuns coming in from that pesky Nico on the Selena, and they're gonna try and fend them off successfully for TSM. The first wave out. Mythic Seal could reset, wait for the next Lord, and
Goes on.
yeah, the 5k gold lead working toward the advantage for sure here, Josh.
Yeah. Again, just when we think they're catching up, they slip up and fall. Mythic Seal, feeling it, man. 6,000 gold and counting, taking all the resources from the jungle, just keeping their base at siege, man. You see all the waves just continuing to collapse forward. And here it's going to be a question of whether they can catch him. Karjgo going to be spotted out. They should be aware of his position here. Zippy also threatening a push up in mid. So TSM, their attention is split right now. It keeps happening. Every time Zippy starts something, you know that the rest of Mythic Seal are planning to do some kind of hijinks.
And the thing that TSM have to figure out is it's Boye they have to look out for. Boye is the only one who can engage in a fight in a robust way. He's their only engaged tool, which is why Boye is the one that's hiding deep into that bottom side. Realistically, Mythic Seal couldn't necessarily start a fight without Boye. So TSM, that Cho is their bane. That's the one thing they have to look out for. The Mythic Seal, that's the challenge for them now. Sure, they've got the advantage now, but remember, TSM has got the better scaling comp, got the better team fight comp. Team Mythic Seal are the ones that are pressured to look for that engagement.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, they're still far ahead that they can take control of this Lord long enough to take it and draw TSM in.
And so far away too. Now that they've spotted a couple of people towards the Lord, actually, you see TSM are gathering their force, and now Zippy starting it off already. Boye joining in, and TSM are nowhere close to even trying to get it. I think they're trying to bait it out, and it looks like it's going to be working. Now, Ken has shown up, Shine, making himself known as well as they're trying to keep the distraction here. Glorious Pathway brought out, and Ken takes that Lord, and look at the damage being done. Karjko's doing his best, but everyone here might be a little bit too late. Zippy down for one. Zino desperately trying to fight back, but cannot, and they're going for more. Shine down. Zippy still out of range.
Triple kill coming through for Zippy. That's 3 players down for TSM. The decisiveness of the Moskov is what kept Myth ahead. They're going to open the base here of TSM. Fanny can't do much. Akleri, what can you do? Clear up the waves is all you can do to buy a bit of time. Mythic Seal, what damage was done as they take the Lord now marching on the top side for Mythic Seal.
Oh man, you've let Zippy on for way too long, and now it's gonna be so much worse. We talked about the problem for the mid game. Now we've gotten to the late game, and Zippy is at his full potential. This guy can melt everyone on the map. Look at this. The tower
double knockup coming through with the Jet Kundo. That's the Jet Kundo into the way the dragon, and the horse is down. The Fanny is out. The triple is done for Zippy, the maniac, and looking for the savage. Just misses it as Mythic Seal take game number 2 of this playoffs match.
That is insanity, Datum. I told you we just needed to believe in Mythic Seal's playstyle. It's exactly what we expected, right? They had the security for the late game. They needed to get active, and they did. Not just active, but they did it in such good form that even when it started to look like their time was up, even when this was the point in time that TSM should have been able to catch up here, should have been able to maybe equalize, maybe bring it all the way back, it took them way too long. By the time that we got to the late game, Zippy was fed as hell. He was level 15, and God knows how much gold he had at that point. This guy was kicking booties and taking names.
There was a point in that game where TSM had the chance turning around. That one Lord fight. Yeah, that was a 4v4 with their Fanny on the bottom side, Zippy on the side lane duty. They could have started a fight right there and then, but they hesitated paving the way for Zippy starting up the 1v1 faster than the Fanny did, and it just went downhill from there on. That was a turning point because it was the closest part where the gold was barely apart from each other, just around a 2,000 gold difference, and they just didn't get the ball rolling, so to speak. A bit of hesitation from TSM's side that could have turned the game around for them, just forced them to play for the long game, and Zippy just said, no, I'm not gonna wait for that part where the Sicilian is just going to scale, where the Harith is going to scale. I'm gonna end it right now, and Zippy just did. Mythic Seal, 2-0 start for this best of 5. Only one game remains, or only one game needed until Mythic Seal advances to round number 2 of the playoffs in their revenge path. You gotta remember, Josh, the driving forces here are a little bit different for each team. TSM being a team that's got a lot to prove, and Mythic Seal on their revenge path. Mythic Seal has already proven that they're one of the best teams in this competition. They're just out to prove that they are no jokes, that they can still claim that grand final spot, and they're out for revenge from YG and Mythic Seal. One step closer, actually, to getting to that playoffs.
Yeah, they are at series point, man. This is gonna be nice and spicy. This is the last chance for TSM to bring it back. Like, and even then, it's gonna be a long road because it's a best of 5, man. So even if they win this game, they have to come back not once, not twice, but 3 games in a row, or they drop down into the lower bracket, where it's gonna be a long, long grind to get to the grand final.
Yeah, and you're going to be facing off against so many other teams as well. Meanwhile, the winner of this matchup is going to go straight on into round number 2. So, and of course, TSM have a lot of work to do, but yeah, no other choice. They have no other choice, of course. Guys, by the way, if you don't know, we do have an ongoing promo. You can get up to 100% bonus on your first deposit if you use the word, or the code rather, RIVALS. That's RIVALS. Use that code, input it when you are doing your first deposit in 1xBet, and you will have a 100% bonus. You can use that to bet on this ongoing matchup between Mythic Steel and TSM. You're gonna see the odds showing up once the game begins. So I'm not particularly sure. Can you even still place your bets once the series has started already?
Yeah, you can place bets for map winner.
Okay.
And whoever gets the first lord, etc., that kind of thing. But just go ahead and explore the 1xBet app. It's pretty easy to understand. The UI is pretty good.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look at the numbers of that match. A deeper look into what actually transpired here. As Mythic Seal, I do apologize. This seemed to be a confusion between the two teams. It's Mythic Seal on the left side, the TSM on the right, with a 12-4 scoreline. Actually, not the most number of kills for this game.
Yeah,
but Mythic Seal stayed in control of that game.
Yeah, they were very well in control here. I do feel like knowing the comp that they had, they didn't necessarily want to wipe out the enemy team at every opportunity, but it was more geared towards the objectives, right? You would see that they would be able to distract Kuzanski on the other side of the map. Little did he know the turtle's already gone, or Zippy would start something, and then it becomes a case of pick your poison, because Zippy is either gonna get that turret or they're gonna get that lord or the turtle. Of course, the MVP here is going to be Zippy with a 9-1-2 KDA. This guy was doing amazing things on the map. He is beginning to be the star of this team for today, something that we didn't really get to see yesterday.
And I feel called out here. I said at the start of the series, maybe Zippy should just stay to the Harith, stay to the Joy, not pick these marksmen. Boom. He shows up with his first marksman of the series, and he just single-handedly wins the game for the team. I mean, props, of course, to the rest of the squad here, but Zippy was just on a league of his own. 9-1-2, almost 100% kill participation. 6 items completed. Man, he sold his boots. He sold his boots to pick up 6 items here. That's how far ahead he was this entire game. And that's why he was so unafraid of facing anyone in this these 1v1s. And Zippy just performing out of his mind on the Moscow late game. Well, they needed him to, right? Because their compositions was geared towards that early skirmish type of pickups anyway. So their only late game insurance was in the form of that Moskov, and boy did he insure.
Yeah, this one in particular, right? He got 2. He took out the spear. Look at that. And Shine thought he was safe to go. No, he wasn't. And even then, right? Even when Kuzanski was trying to shut him down, he just teleports out of the way, gets the monster kill on the Hylos to end it. And this was absolute insanity from Zippy. You really gotta hand it to him, man. He did an amazing job as the marksman for the team here.
Yeah, and the question now becomes for TSM, that is, what do they do now? They addressed the problems with their comp. They had a pretty solid comp in that last game. They had a Fanny to try and get that early game going to no luck. And then a particularly standard composition. Actually, we were praising their comp a lot for how good it was with the sheer amount of utility and damage that they had. But TSM again have found a way to counteract that. Zippy just performing in his own, out of his mind as well, just ensured that Mythic could never come back from that game. Or rather, the TSM could never come back from that game. So what are they going to do now, Josh? Maybe they just put their players on their comfort heroes, bring back the Irithel, bring back their favorite heroes. I'm not particularly sure, but it has to be something drastic if Team Mythic just can put so many cards on the table and still win the game like that.
Yeah, this also gives you a little bit of a look at what is going on. Because we talked about the hesitation that we were seeing out of TSM when it came to those Lord takes, when it came to those objectives, when they just seem to be confused as to what their central game plan is. I feel like there is they're afraid of commitment. But yeah, I mean,
that's true.
You
true,
need
though.
we talked about them having some great comps, some great ideas when it came to the draft, but when it came to the actual game, they were kind of wishy-washy. They weren't fully committed. It felt like they weren't really deciding what to do, where rather they were just going with the flow of it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially at the points where they needed to act, where they needed to be at the driver's seat. Mythic Seal was just a step, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead of them. So TSM, I think the core problem of this team is not necessarily on the drafting and the preparation. It's more on the mid-game calling here. How they're going to address that is in the course of just a single game now is a big challenge here, Josh, as you surely know. So they have to find some way, something drastic. Maybe someone has to step up from the roster here of TSM and just take the helm, command their teammates to be on the same page. But it all starts with the draft, of course. We know that TSM as a team can draft. But what are they going to bring out this time? Will they stick to the meta, or will they stick to what they love to play? Let's see.
All right, same thing here. Louis again, fully avoided. We're looking at a Sushin as well. Yeah, I do feel like probably going to be looking at the same in our first round of bans to try and avoid actively what happened earlier. Same thing, Chip. Just avoided here.
Yeah, seems like TSM really doesn't like playing against that.
they just don't.
banning it away from Mythic Seal. And as Mythic Seal have just demonstrated, they're a team that is very versatile when it comes to creating compositions. First time we're seeing Selena and actually finding a fair bit of value with that. I mean, we didn't see a lot of kill participation from that Selena, but the amount of time buying, the amount of stall that the Selena was worth for is just a lot. It's just super annoying to deal with here for TSM. So yeah, it's one of those things that TSM have to watch out for, the versatility of their opponents at this conjuncture. Hilda getting banned away this time around, so Mythic Seal could be running for something like a Fanny this time, which is TSM immediately catches up on the ban away the Fanny. So see, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Josh. TSM is really good at drafting too. It's just something in the
There's
game
something
that they
about
have
when
to
they
address.
get on the server where it looks like they're unsure, it looks like they're afraid, And yeah, I think we said this in game one. It looks like they're playing to not lose rather than playing to win. And I feel like that's something that is maybe a deeper problem for this team. Even if they do lose this series, they do have a chance in the lower bracket. So hopefully for them, they do figure that out later on. If that happens. But we do
That's it.
have one more hope for this, for them to not get swept here. And it's going to be the Harith as the first pick for TSM.
All right, Harith taken away by TSM. So wonder what Mythic are going to prioritize. They could go for the Moskov again. Joy available. Kalea banned away. But there is a Suyo up for grabs if Mythic want to play for that early game again. But a lot of options still available too. So see, Joy up for grabs. So I think Hayabusa could be a priority pick here for Mythic Seal. They could also put the Novaria back into the hands of Nico. Maybe even another mage that we don't know he plays yet. But there you go. That's the Novaria immediately in the Phobia. So standard drafting this time around. No more Selena. Cho could still be up for grabs given that the Kalea has been banned out. So could be something to look out for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, I think that one of the more central things, well, for Mythic Seal is being able to have the setups from Boye. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do still choose that show. Maybe for TSM, they want to try and head them off and take that show. But coupled with the Harith, it makes you kind of doubt whether or not that's going to be a worth pick, depending on what their idea for the draft is in this third game of the series. We just have to see.
I have to see. TSM. Now they have a bit of a conjunction. Do they pick the Joy for themselves and then they have a Joy Harith awkward combo, or do they let it be taken away by Mythic Seal? They're just gonna go for the Suyo instead. Mythic Seal have a chance to pick up the Joy here, or just put Zippy back on that marksman. I'll prioritize the Moskov again. Seeing as TSM are going for the standard route anyway, team fights, Moskov can thrive in that scenario. Coupled with the support system of Nico, I believe Zippy will have the tools that he needs. Oh, this time going for a different marksman. Beatrix instead. And I love it. It plays really, really well into the front to back. But in a different sense for the Novaria Phobius Beatrix combo, meaning the Beatrix and Novaria stay back and the Phobius goes into the back line of the opponent, so they don't. It's kind of like it's kind of like a very. It's kind of like, yeah. It's a very unique type of playstyle. It's only achievable with artillery, sort of marksmen and mages, and I love it here from Mythic Seal. Again, another interesting concept being brought up to the play here by Mythic Seal. Meanwhile, TSM playing their cards close to their chest, just meta picks all throughout, which is still a good thing.
For the tick really here, I think we talked about just this being a very important placement, rather, right? Being able to position yourself for Mythic is going to be extremely important. So they're banning out this Tyrael, which is no surprise. The implosion could be a thorn in their sides if they do let this through, but they do have the Gatot Kacha. We're going to have to see whether or not this is going to be in the XP lane or as the roamer for TSM. What is going to be the response ban here? I do feel like they're gonna try and hopefully ban out the show, not give Boye any of those single hit. Franco banned out. That's interesting. We haven't seen the Franco just yet.
Yeah, TSM has got some interesting bans as well. Throughout the course of the series, they've taken away a couple of curious choices in the bans, but as I said, it could be just one of those moments where you're anticipating a comfort pick to come out from Mythic Seal. So yeah, it could be one of those, or it could be that they're planning something extra. I mean, to be fair, TSM they do have a lot of dashes on their comp, so something with a lockdown is a good idea here. And considering as well that Mythic barely has any CC in their composition as well, so that's exactly what they're looking for, something with a ton of CC. Cho still a good option here with their comp. Well, Kaja banned out. Is TSM planning something with this? Are they gonna go for another assassin in their comp here, or are they gonna go for a marksman that gets into the faces of the enemies? Let's see. They're banning a lot of single target CC heroes here, which is a curious choice given their meta comp so far. Mythic Seal I would imagine are as puzzled as I am, thinking of what TSM are anticipating here. I wonder what they're gonna bring out. Yeah, they still need a bit of CC, as I mentioned. So something tanky with a lot of CC is up for grabs here. Could be the Cho, as I said. They're gonna go for the Badang instead. Something that slipped our radar here. Yeah. Badang, not banned away. Can deal damage. Can lock someone down. So there you have it. The TSM. They did not avoid the lockdown anyway, with the Badang being present here in the hands of Mythic Seal.
Yeah, we did talk about the Badang as a prio when it came to the drafts over the last few days. And I feel like Badang, whenever the Badang does come out, it's rarely in a spot where it doesn't get any value, right? So the way that Mythic Seal plays, right, having solid game plans every time they're on the server, I do feel like this Badang is gonna be really important, especially with what we talked about earlier, being able to play the back to front type of team fights here. The Selena in response and the Hylos. A little bit of a mirror from last game for these two, along with the Selena.
Yeah, I think there's more of them trying to take away the Selena from Mythic Seal
rather
than taking it for themselves. But again, that's kind of like playing into the hands of Mythic Seal. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mythic Seal right now are saying, sure, take that Selena away.
Man, we have
We're
the
gonna
Warriors.
pick something else.
Oh, the
something
Hanzo.
else is the Hanzo. Again, interesting composition here from Mythic Seal. They don't have a full-on dedicated tank here. They have small amounts, well, actually not a small amount, a decent amount of CC, but a crap ton of damage.
I'm interested to see what Ken looks like on the Hanzo here, man. I feel like the last time we saw the Hanzo, if I'm not mistaken, it was Shizu that we saw yesterday on the broadcast. We didn't really see too much out of this reworked Hanzo. And knowing what we've seen from Mythic Seal so far, I would not be surprised if this Hanzo is exactly what we're looking for, right? To see a Hanzo that gets real value just because of the mechanics of how they play around here.
Yeah, I would imagine playing against this composition from Mythic Seal to be super annoying. For the most part, you've got a ton of poke from those two carries, and then you've got to watch out for a Hanzo that is gonna go in and disappear on you. So this is gonna be something interesting yet again, but look at the odds here, Josh. It's shifted a little bit.
Just a little
at least
bit.
for this game. And that's because of the draft. I'm telling you, this is a very interesting draft from Mythic Seal. TSM this time having a little bit lower odds, but Mythic Seal are still pretty much favored to win this game and this series. So Shine CG gonna put that meat shield of his up front again to the face of Boye. Oh, almost the steal from Akleri, but denied this time by Mythic Seal.
Yeah, TSM right now, they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive. You can actually see it compared to the last few games. They're actively taking that vision, actively trying to threaten an invasion when actually it's not. And I feel like this right now, it may just be a lot of baring their teeth, right? Because what's happened right at this moment is that Kuzanski, he's not even all the way through with his jungle rotation, right? He's got maybe a couple of jungle camps at this point, and they're maybe just a little bit less productive than one would have wanted, because they've left it all open. Ken again is just wailing away at the jungle camps. Look at this, they're already at the top. This guy has made his way so far forward, and Kuzanski is just getting here right now.
Mm-hmm. But a lot more quiet, if I might say, on the start of this game. TSM yet to find a meaningful engagement. Speaking of which, you're gonna get the stun onto Kun, who is down to half HP, doesn't have ult yet, as Ken jumps to the back line, trying to save their teammate. Kun flickers away, will stay alive for now, as Mythic Seal on the retreat. That's the first blood as Boya gets taken down by Arclery, and Ken will be able to run away as Kun, not so much. Kazanski, 2 kills early here in the game, and Mythic Seal taken aback.
Finally looking at something productive for TSM. A good first engagement, first encounter, getting them 2 ahead, and quite a bit of gold, I might add as well. The problem is at this point, right, how do you follow up from this? Because it looks like for Mythic Seal, this is not what they're used to, right? You'd usually get Boye to set them up with a single person CC, a single target CC. but the same as their usual game plan. I feel like that's something that they need to work on right now to be able to get themselves back in the favor of the game. Because right now it may be a little bit too early to be celebrating just yet, but it does give Shine, Karchko, and Kuzanski permission to get all the way up in the faces of Mythic Seal. Because look, they're stealing the jungle camp. They've stolen the purple buff.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Suyu, complemented by that early game CC of that's Selena as well. And Mythic Seal, well, they don't really have the numbers to fend them off yet. The only thing they could do is play reactively, and I think we're gonna see just how well they do that. Here comes the glorious pathway onto the bottom side. Got that ult to dive onto Karchko. A Zippy QT finds the first shine, goes down. Traded out by Zino, 1-for-1. This Mythic Seal go for the hunt now. Demonic Force available now. Zino not gonna be able to be jumped on by Kun. So Mythic Seal happy with that one kill. See, the thing is, Mythic Seal, they just have to stay alive in this early game.
TSM are loving it, and they are getting active right now. Finally getting a good look for them. But I just feel like they're not stifling Ken enough at this point. But that is besides it, right? Because they've been given permission to just roam around, take some kills, take that extra gold, just distract everyone, right? Make sure Zippy doesn't get into that lead game strength as well. And here we go!
Shine here on the bottom side, and that Vadang is pummeling away at Zippy. That's a dead Beatrix again. Boye running away as well, leaving his teammate Ken all alone to back off with the Hanzo, and that is the double for Kazanski. Myth might have bitten off more than they could do going for this composition, because Kun is getting jumped on as well in the mid lane, and the turtle is getting started by Mythic, who cannot respond as TSM takes that away for themselves. Kun having to play safe away from the turtle, and this mid lane is getting swarmed by the players of TSM. This draft might have been a little bit too deep here for Mythic Seal, who are now trying to go for the hunt. Demonic Force onto that back end will be able to force them away for now, but can they get any kills? The answer is yes. Kun finds Shine, going for more as Boy comes in for the backup, but the only thing they find is a single kill. Mythic Seal finally on the board.
They're going to be fighting back here now. TSM looking like they're finally informed. They finally have a good game plan. I feel like, we talked about this earlier. They needed some clear objectives, being able to call the rotations, who they're trying to get rid of, what they're trying to achieve in every minute of the game. And they're looking much more productive, much more efficient this time around compared to these first two maps. But now, it's kind of a ticking time bomb, if you ask me. I feel like when it comes down to the later game, once the Badang hurts, once Zippy can melt people down, it's going to be the problem that we referred to earlier.
Mythic Seal, though, they're starting to fight back. Kun finding some leeway with that Phoveus, of course. Boye around the area as well. And this is one of the few times we're actually going to be seeing Boye more on the damage dealing department instead of just a full-on supportive role. I mean, sure, this Badang still on the edge of support anyway, but Boye dealing a little bit more damage is a sight for, or a fresh sight here for my eyes. With TSM still a comfortable lead with 3,000. They have to keep this Suyu strong. That's the key here for TSM. Kuzanski is the one that is keeping them ahead, keeping them in control. If Kuzanski gets shut down here, it's going to be a big problem as Mythic Seal now jumping onto that said person. It's Kuzanski immediately shut down by the Hanzo, and they're going to go for more. Mythic Seal chasing them even with the glorious pathway, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. Mythic Seal shutting down Kuzanski.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a problem. They're starting to... If he's that specific target that they're looking for, since it looks like to me at this point, Kuzanski has been basically the one that's been winning the game for them thus far, then the Mythic Seal know who exactly they need to lock down at this point. So, I mean, at this point for TSM, the game plan should be to get the rest of their teammates, the rest of their players up to snuff to be able to survive the rest of it, to be able to get them these kinds of objectives. Because if you notice here, we finally got this equalized map. We
First
have
pathway
a
again,
tower
gonna be
here
used here
now.
by
Another
TSM as they
fight.
push against the backside here of Myth, but they will be able to take down Karchko as Zippy gets in for the snipe down. Kun a little bit too deep for comfort here as Boye comes in for the backup. Kun does go down, but Zippy is on the hunt. A 1-for-1 trade so far as both frontliners out, but they're also alive and kicking. Kozanski still around the area. Boye just fighting them off with what he can. The utility available for the Badang, but will not be able to steal the turtle away. So TSM, a 1-for-1 trade, but they do take the turtle.
Happening again. Yeah, still the objectives looks like they are a struggle point for Mythic Seal at the moment. Boye is not able to do his usual stuff with this Badang, so it's looking like maybe unfamiliar territory for Mythic Seal. I feel like they are used to a little bit more or being able to isolate people more than the Badang does right now. So TSM can just get away with their usual hijinks at this point. But it looks like we're going to be going for another fight here in the mid.
Boye down to half HP already as Ken activates that ulti. Hanzo deals barely any damage at this point, so has to back off immediately as Kozanski comes in from the flank. Ken is in trouble, but a good fist break coming through from Boye keeps the teammate alive at the cost of his own life. Cleary shuts down the Badang as Kun runs away and doesn't get any kills for his troubles. Myth, 2 players out, and what a flank for Kozanski.
What a flank indeed. Now we're seeing TSM get that map control. Be able to get away with the distractions, being able to misdirect Mythic Seal, make it look like they're doing something entirely different from what the actual game plan is, and they're just doing it again and again. At this point, Ken is looking like he's been disabled, man. Someone flipped the switch, and the Hanzo is suddenly not working. The jungler is not working. Not a single neutral objective has been taken here, and another fight in mid
just
is
goes in,
happening.
and Shine is already dead. That's the Hanzo for you, Josh. He heard you, and he proves his point. I can get a kill. Shine is immediately out here, and the problem with this comp for Myth is the only frontline they have realistically here is that Phobius in the hands of Kun. But Kun, once he gets isolated, Ken is a little bit vulnerable. That's why he needs to get that isolation, that initiation going. That's what he did in that last engagement. Ken shutting down Shine opens up the possibility of a team fight for Mythic Seal.
Now the Lord Dance is going to be initiated here. Karchko, Fuzan, and Zino. It's going to be a 3v3. Ken nowhere to be found. He's not all the way in mid, and they're trying to get him close by. But
into the back line,
so
will start
much
the
cover.
fight. That's the fist break onto one, but they don't take any kills yet. That's a demonic force, but the unstoppable goes in the way of Cleary. The flicker forward from Zippy finds vengeance for their teammate. As the chrono dash from Zino keeps Mythic Seal at bay for now. Kun keeps a close eye on that Lord as Shine actually sets his eyes on it still. This is an even fight with a 4v4. Ken out, meaning there's no retribution for Mythic Seal. TSM gonna attempt to take this first Lord of the game. TSM already chipping it down to half. Kun has to do something about it. And there's nothing that yet they've done to take this Lord as Kozanski gets it down. The killing spree onto Zippy again, who comes up huge with the triple as the hero emerges once more in the form of a Beatrix this time around. They take 3 kills, they take the tower, and they're marching down the mid lane of TSM.
And look at this. Already have a minion wave pushing all the way down on bottom. It looks like they want to push down here. Take the jungle camps as well. Trade out one Lord for a couple of objectives as for their eventual victory is something that you would not be surprised they're doing here, because that's 2 turrets in exchange for this one Lord. And yeah, even with those 3 kills as well, they are just a little bit closer, a little bit farther rather, in terms of the gold now, because that Lord did diddly squat.
Yeah, nothing at all thanks to Zippy. And again, here we go again, Josh. Once Mythic needs a hero, guess who steps up? This is the second time this is happening. And look at that damage too from Nico on the Novaria. Here we go. Engagement coming through. Kun finds a mark. That's a Hanzo. Oh, getting double knock up here. But they do get the cancellation with the Glorious Pathway being enabled now. Kun on the run. Nico from the back end has to stay alive. Has to kite away. Here. As Kun is just so tanky. Nico. Shine now runs away. And this time TSM forced to back off. Mythic Seal. They're fighting back.
Definitely fighting back now. They can hold their own, but the problem is we haven't seen them actually win in these kinds of team fights just yet. It's never been an all-out win for them so far in this game. We need Zippy to get to his full potential. They also need Boye to get a little bit better for the CC that you're going to be asking for from Abaddon, because this guy has been the setter for the longest time for this team, right? And the problem right now is we're not really seeing that much of it. The target selection is a little bit off,
Here comes Ken
and they're just
again.
letting TSM go in and out without much. Whoa there.
Yeah, it's a good thing he was far away, but the Glorious Pathway looking to chase down the players of Mythic Seal. Shine
Boye.
leading the charge here. That's the Gatot ult, not hitting onto
Glorious
anyone. And Mythic Seal could just kite them down. Zippy on the monster kill, and now it's Kun's time to
going
chase
for
them
more.
down. Double knockback coming through from Kun, but TSM under the tower range will
Kun
be
is so
able to
low.
turn around with Kazanski churning against Phobius, but Zippy again goes godlike, and this Beatrix is nigh unstoppable.
Nyan, impossible to beat this guy right now, and it looks like the team fights are finally going their way. Another turret, another slow push forward. Now Shine, Zino, they're trying to push them back, but then if you get too close, man, you're risking your life at this point.
And Kozanski is starting to fall off. We talk about Tatsuyo being an early game terror, but it's not the early game anymore. Look at Zippy, level 15. 4 items in the back pocket of that Beatrix, and the Novaria not that far behind in terms of items as well. This comp from Mythic Seal is starting to ramp up to another degree, and Shine is feeling the heat. Has to run away with his ult. Kajiko going to be pummeled by the fist break, and that is just another dead player for TSM as the Beatrix goes legendary and Mythic Seal turn tide towards the Lord. They could take it, or they could just look for another fight in the horizon.
And it looks like they are threatening it. They're definitely threatening it. Look at Boye slowly keeping the vision up, and everyone else now starting to collapse on the Lord. Going to be the first neutral objective they're going to get here for this game. And here Mythic does get it, this time on the back of Zippy. They know that the win condition is going to be the Beatrix at this point. They've done so much for the team. 9-2-2 insofar, and Nico helping whittle down that health even more. The artillery from this mid laner is insane, man. And even when can't get those kills, he's still dealing that damage. He's still this distraction that you can't get past.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Doing it again.
Ken's pushing up, finds that initiation, gets the knock up, and look at Shine. He can't even get past his own tower. Good stun coming through from the Selena, but Ak Larry can't do nothing much at all from this position. One tower down, and that cracks the base of TSM wide open.
And it hurts, man. That's going to be 1 out of 3 inhibitors gone. They do get a little bit of vision. We're going to try and keep them at bay because it looks like the waves are just going to keep on coming. Boye up front, threatening a fight. And look at Nico just outside the map. Bring it up. Nice.
Here comes Kun. Here comes Ken.
There.
That knockup is so good, and the tower immediately down. Zippy entering the fray from outside of the base, and Zino is just running around desperately for his life. Karj goes down, and Mythic Seal might have just done it. TSM down to 4 rather, but it might as well be not, as Mythic Seal decide to back off for now. Give TSM a bit of breathing room, but Kun goes back in. Mythic Seal might not be done just yet. They could be looking for the base right here, right now. Nico forced off by Zino on the chrono dash, but Ken looks to back up their teammate. Boye in trouble, and that's the fist break to push down the players. TSM as Ken shites down Shine, and Zippy again on the board for the legendary, and Mythic Seal have found their mark once more. 2 kills down as they back off and wait for the minion waves.
Here we go again. We go again and again. Every new wave is a new problem for these guys. They can't afford to get those losses.
And here comes Boye
right
into the back line, and Ken is unrelenting. Nico finds the kill, and that should be it. Mythic Seal with a clean sweep advance to round number 2 of the playoffs, and Zippy, the hero of Mythic Seal. Wow.
What a recovery, man. What a recovery. We talked about this earlier. We were kind of doubting it. I do feel like it was going to have to go all the way to the late game. It's the first time we're getting a long game today. But
And look, guys, look at how stunned Josh is. He can't even move.
Are you serious?
He's not moving. He's not moving from how stunned he is from that game. But what a performance yet again from Mythic Seal. Another great game for Zippy this time around. Oh, hey Josh, you're back. He's back.
I'm back.
ladies
I'm back.
and
I'm
gents.
back.
And Mythic Seal performed the first sweep of the playoffs. What a run.
What a run indeed, man. We talked about people starting to doubt this team. Mythic Seal lost to YG yesterday to open up our first broadcast, and now they're making a statement that they will not go. They will not go quietly into the night.
Yeah, certainly not. They're not even going into the night at all as of yet, as they keep their playoffs in contention here. They move on to round number 2. Let me check the bracket here as who they're going to face up against. But
They're gonna have to go up against the newborns here.
Ooh,
for
they're
Mythic
big
Seal.
opponents. Yeah, newborns. One of the cleanest teams we've had in the group stage. So it's going to be another big matchup for Mythic Seal, but that is going to happen tomorrow. So congratulations, Mythic Seal. They advance to round number 2 at such a clean fashion, not dropping a single game with 3 entirely different compositions, Josh. That's mighty impressive from Mythic Seal.
Yeah, real impressive. And I love here about what I love rather about this series was we saw not just different looks but different ideas, right? Where we talked about Boye, his ability to lock down a single target and the target selection of this team. And when it came to the third map, and we were a little bit doubtful about this Badong in Boye's hand just because it's fundamentally different from all the other heroes that he's picked so far in 1xBet Rivals Mekong. Now it's slightly different. Now we see them leaning a little bit more on Zippy. Now we see just the team having to all get active at the same time and not just funneling everything into one player. We're looking at more of a skirmish team in that third game compared to the first 2.
Yeah. And even then, they looked really, really cleanly throughout the versatility of their composition. So love it from Mythic Seal, showing a glimpse of their power here. Can't wait to see more. But I think they're going to get pushed a little bit further tomorrow when they face up against Newborns, a team who did not drop a single game yesterday in the group stage. So that's going to be a mighty opponent they're going to be facing off. And they have to do their homework as to the way Newborns play. Because very much like Mythic Seal, Newborn is a powerhouse of players. They're marksmen as well, no joke. So Zippy gonna have to fight fire with fire, so to speak, tomorrow. But so far, already a good start to the playoffs. They stay in the upper bracket and they stay on their warpath. Gotta remember, Josh, this is Mythic Seal we're talking about. A team that is touted as one of the best, getting upset yesterday. So they're on a warpath to prove that they are still the Mythic Seal that we've come to know.
Oh yeah. And here we go. We're gonna be taking a quick little look at the stats here. See what happened behind the scenes. What is the math? What are the numbers here for this last game? Of course, it is 11-16. Remember, we talked about early in the game, TSM had a great lead. They had full control, and then they just slowly started slipping. Ken could not get any value out of this Hanzo, as you can see right here, 3, 2, and 6. But it was on the back of Zippy that Mythic Seal was really able to ramp up and end this game.
And I have a good guess as to who the MVP is again here. Just taking a look at the numbers, the one with the most kill participation is Zippy. And speaking of which, he has sold his boots once again, just like in the last game. You don't need no boots. He's just going to snipe you down from afar, is what Zippy does here. As he does put up 10 to 5 on the board. So that's almost, again, 100% kill participation. Even high, I believe it's like a 94% kill participation here. And Mythic Seal, another beautiful execution on such a unique draft here. Let's take a look at who the MVP is. And it is, of course, Mythic Seal's Zippy QT on that marksman with 14,374 GPM. I believe that's gold per minute. I'm not sure if that's gold per minute or actual gold. I think that's full gold, actually.
Yeah, I think that's actual gold, yeah.
Yeah. And there you have it. MVP 3 times in a row today, Josh.
Yeah. Definitely a different look. Something that we didn't see out of Mythic Seal yesterday during their last series when we were in the group stages. So I feel like it did take them a little bit of a while to get back to their usual form. That was a completely different team, and that was a statement that Mythic Seal made today. You can see it in how they played, just the pacing and the positioning that they had here. Kuhn was locking people off. Ken was getting some value out of his Hanzo, and Zippy so early in the game was doing so much damage.
Yeah. And the way they survived that early game too. I mean, I talked about it too earlier. Mythic Seal, the only thing they need to do is survive that early game, whether Kozanski waits for their carries to come online. And up to a certain point, they pulled off what TSM couldn't in that last game, which was decide and execute on what they needed to do to win. And that was exactly the point where Kozanski got his first death. Mythic Seal just punished him down, and ever since then, Kozanski could not come back. And the Suyu just fell off in the scaling department. And Mythic Seal, I love the way they recognize the way the composition of their opponents work. And the defining factor of Mythic Seal compared to TSM here is they are a decisive team. And they're also unrelenting. Once they decide they're a tenacious team, they're gonna make it happen or lose trying. And Mythic Seal did not lose today. So they will be advancing to round number 2 tomorrow with a clean 3-0 sweep. And what a series that was. That is our first series of the playoffs. When we return, guys, it is going to be the second series, the second playoffs matchup. It's Zino Esports versus Yangon Galacticos. This is Tatum here with Josuave for 1xBet Rivals. We'll be right back after this.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm just Bobby here with Datum. We just witnessed a sweep, the 3-0 in our first series for today. And now we're going into another banger here, another best of 5 for those who are just joining us. So I hope you guys are feel like you haven't missed any of the action, because we still got a bit more coming in today.
Yes, absolutely. That first series was absolutely entertaining. And Mythic Seal just pulled off the first best of 5 sweep out of this entire tournament. And we're gonna have the next best of 5 up in just a bit. It's Zino Esports going up against Yangon Galacticos. Now these two are the two winners from yesterday's group stage. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see, because these are two powerhouses, Josh. But let's talk about that previous match a little bit first, with the Mythic Seal going up 3-0 against their opponent's Team Spectrum, with every game actually arguably a one-sided affair. The closest one being that last one, but even then, it felt like Mythic had full control this entire time. And every single game, Josh, they had an entirely different composition for Mythic. The first game they brought was pretty standard. They had the only thing they were a little bit out of the meta was the Luo Yi on their mid laner, but you know Nico will perform on those mages. In game number 2, Mythic Seal brought out a Selena, and then in game number 3, they brought out a Hanzo with a Novaria and a Boye on the supportive Badang, which on paper sounds good, but the numbers doesn't necessarily sound as good as the composition of TSM. They had a Shuyo, they had a lot of pretty strong heroes in their roster, a Harith as well, on top of the Gato Kacha. Pretty bog standard apart from the Selena, but Mythic still performed with that so convincingly, with Zippy, their carry, being the MVP every single game.
That's the beauty of it, man. You just need to know what the game plan is. I feel like for Mythic Seal, the series that they played yesterday, they were not in control of maybe their emotions. The shot calling wasn't as clear. The target selection wasn't clear yesterday. We talked about yesterday during their series was that their tempo was off. There's that they had some great ideas in the draft, but when it came to the game, the execution was off. And now we finally see them in that form that we were expecting out of the touted number 1 seed out of their region.
Yeah. And now we move on to our second matchup of the day. Now this is going to be an interesting one, Josh, because it's Zino Esports, one of the best performers in our group stage. And Zino Esports got here quite convincingly. Unfortunately, we weren't able to finish all 3 games of their matches yesterday. Zino only played 1 game because their opponent had to forfeit to give away the slots to Zino Esports for the playoffs. Now, that's not to take anything away from Zino, because the 1 game that we saw them in, it was one of the best performances we've seen the entire tournament thus far. However, if we go over towards the other side, Yangon Galacticos, a team that took down what many tout was the best team in Myanmar at the moment, Mythic Seal. They took them down, they pushed them to the limit, and advanced to the playoffs here with a grueling best of 3, but they got here nonetheless. So these two powerhouses now meeting in a best of 5. This is gonna be an exciting matchup, Josh.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be exciting, and that's definitely one of the. I feel like that's an understatement at this point. But yep, looking at the cleanest 2 teams out of yesterday, I do think that we're gonna be expecting maybe a little bit of a wider draft, knowing that we are in a best of 5 right now. We talked about yesterday that they're gonna have a little bit more tape with the following matches, and we do have it today. That's going to be the ban out of the Fanny, the Hayabusa, and the Selena for Zeno. That's a fast ban. I gotta tell you, it does take them a little bit longer. But for YG, it's gonna be the Phobius, the Joy, and the Chip.
Here we go. It's standard drafting now. You could actually feel that these 2 teams know what they're doing. Zeno on the blue side means they will be the one to pick the first hero here. And Hayabusa and Fanny both banned out by Zeno here. So they're going to go for the Harith. Joy being unavailable, so the Kalea is, I would imagine, the priority pickup here for YG, on top of maybe a supportive hero. Perhaps a Hylos with the Phobius being banned on out. Badang could take priority as well, being available. And there you have it. It's going to be the Kalea picked up first, and then the Zushin for the second here for YG. Everything standard here. Badang, I would expect, is the priority for Zeno. And then perhaps take a gander at the marksman being available. Granger is up for grabs.
Yeah, but they do go for the Suyu here. No surprise. The Farsa as a... That is interesting. Yeah, talking about the way that YG's current heroes picked so far are, they do need a little bit closer range, so they need to be able to fight against that. So the Farsa is definitely a good answer. The Lucas, though, in this comp, yeah, we're definitely looking at current day MLBB drafts right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. You can feel it. Both teams playing towards the meta. Both teams putting as much brain power as they can into the drafting here. Zeno yesterday didn't pull out any surprises in the drafting. They put later though on the Beatrix, which is not necessarily the top option for a lot of teams here at 1xBet Rivals, but whenever it does come out, it does perform. But the Granger and the Moskov both being available, I think Zeno gonna want to try and prioritize either of those. Oh, there you go. Valentina being banned on outs. And the Zushin actually is one of the comforts here of Bird. So YG taking that away is a good thing. But the Farsa also still a very powerful option when it comes to asserting presence on the map. One of the best roaming mid laners here is the Farsa in the entire game. And of course scales really, really well as well into that late game. And couple that with a Harith is going to be an absolute terror later on. So loving this backdrop of a comp on Zeno. And I can say the same thing for YG here. All meta picks so far. But Zeno, they need a little bit more supporting prowess here. Maybe a Hylos could be up for grabs. Got Tokacha available as well here. Because they do need a bit of that frontlining potential here for Zeno Esports. So let's see. Bans do go towards that early game with Hilda banned away by YG here. Valentina away as well. And Zeno could perhaps lessen the marksman pool here after they ban away the Moskov. Maybe they should prioritize the Granger ban as well, seeing as YG will be the ones to pick up a hero here in the second rotation first. So let's see. But they do ban away the Moskov. Is the Granger gonna be banned here by Zino, or is it gonna be something more of a tanky ban? Maybe a Gattokacha will receive priority here.
Yeah, I do feel like you would want something a little bit more tanky for YG right now. They're definitely not built for sustainability. They don't have that nice, meaty big boy in the front, at least for now. So Zeno's going to want to try and get rid of some of the options here. Yeah, Gattokacha, maybe a Hylos, depending on which one they want to ban out first. So Zeno probably have a pretty good idea, but they are going to be banning out the Benedetta.
Interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be an option anyway with the Phobies banned away, but I don't think YG. Maybe that's a pocket pick
A Claw.
of YG there. Okay, YG.
We're getting some interesting picks today, Dato.
Bringing out the Claude here on the playoffs. There we go. YG spicing it up a little bit. I was thinking something more like a tank would be their priority, but they bring out the Claude here. So we're not going to be seeing a Moskov, but we do have a Claude here for the late game anyway. It's been a while since I've
It's been a while.
Claude here. But Zino taking both of those frontline top tier options in the Gatot and that Hylos. So YG gonna have to go for something less on the meta side of things. But there's a lot of options here. They're gonna go for the CC instead. So no tank. Apart from the frontlining CC and, well, Lucas is a little bit tanky on top of the Kalea as well. So YG do have a ton of damage. Late game potential is theirs for sure with the Claude. But it's gonna need a lot of backbone. It's gonna need a lot of support here. Can YG survive the early game of Zeno here? Especially considering, Josh, they have 3 early game heroes here. It's gonna be a hard ask for this Claude.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting too. I do feel like everything's gonna be hinging again on the Kalea here, knowing that they can cover not just the front line, but being able to keep them at a distance with the use of the Farsa, right? So a lot of pressure is gonna be on the setups from YG to get them in the position that they do want to be. You know, pick up the squishiest hero, take them down, burst them down with everything you have, and then rinse and repeat till you can dismantle that enemy team. So it's gonna depend on execution for YG, but Zeno, they definitely outdrafted their opponents here.
Let's go. Second playoffs matchup of the day, and it's YG bringing out a Claude here. An early matchup already, early skirmish coming through, courtesy of YG. The team, as I was expecting, was gonna play from the back foot in the early game. Will be the ones to pick to chip Super Light down to 1 HP, forcing an early recall out of this Gattokacha.
That was a quick one, man. I feel like they should not have played into that if you were there for Zeno. But yeah, it's something that you could have been avoided. I feel like something a little bit more solid, not just 2, but maybe 3 bodies in one area of the map to be able to push YG back here. But it looks like they're going to keep going for it, keep stating that we are here, we're here to play. Keep them guessing about what the exact plan is, because look at this, Xiaoyan's already there. Can't get anything out of the Suyo just yet.
If you remember distinctly, Josh, Xiaoyan, one of the best Suyo we've seen so far. Hold that thought, Super Light again getting pummeled. And YG on this early game is just unrelenting. It did not stop until they got the first blood onto Super Light.
Yeah, now Xiaoyan's also helping out here on top lane, getting them at that space. The opportunity to rotate away, give a little bit of assistance to Superbird, who's up, down, and mid in a 1v2. Not the most comfortable spot just yet, but the rotations are coming in. That's the entire roster coming. Blink's gonna have to be careful, and so is Lina.
Yeah, and Zeno not as proactive as I thought they were gonna be with this tanky frontline on the early game. YG already leading with 700 gold as the first turtle spawns up, and Blink first to go into this fight. Xiaoyan is particularly strong on the immortal mode here, but YG are not ace. They're gonna go in. Ying jumps into the fight, and Blink does not survive the early engagement with the Feather Strike. Zeno put the gun into the heads of YG first. Xiaoyan goes down in response. No more retribution for Zeno, as that's a double kill for the Lucas of Han. That's a turtle as well. A 3 for 1, and a turtle in favor of YG as they take and sweep strong this early game. game.
This is what we were talking about beforehand, right? Pre-game, pre-draft, we talked about Zino yesterday not necessarily being tested all the way because they didn't get to finish their series. They didn't really get too much of a challenge out of their opponent in the previous series that they had prior. But now they're going up against YG, who were tested against the number one seed out of their country, and it's looking like it's not going to be fun, but Superbird is going to get killed again. Looks like some domination early in the game, Datum.
Zushin is just insane here on the hands of Lina. Just 100% kill participation. A lot of this priority from YG is because of this presence from Lina, constantly berating Super Light and his lane opponent. Superbird is not permitted to roam at all because YG always get the jump first. There's the feathered airstrike to buy a bit of leeway, but there's already 4 people around the mid lane for YG here, and they've already pushed so far deep that Super Light can't even get close to his mid laner.
Circling them like sharks, man. And Lina just getting away with this. We talked about Lina yesterday as one of those mages that just loves to get themselves in trouble, right? Not in a bad sense, but being able to get the information about where their opponents are, getting the vision, keeping themselves known to the enemy, making sure that there's some sort of a threat being felt elsewhere on the map.
And Lina certainly showing what they're capable of here. Stitch in an early engagement against Super Light, who again is the target here for Han. Again, another forced recall here for the Gato Kacha. Right in time for that turtle spawning up. YG, 4 people already in the turtle pit. Lina being that security guard, holding the line between Xiaoyan and YG. And now that's going to be the turtle dance started by YG yet again. Lina still pushing down that middle lane. Here comes Coin to try and force the issue. The feathered air strike a little bit to the edge of that turtle there as Bright goes in. CC immune does not help them at all, but there comes the turtle take. YG survives, takes the turtle, and Blink is still alive after that engagement. Zino gotta run with Stitch on the double kill, and now YG on the hunt. They want Zino blood, and they take 2 of the players and the turtle.
It's gone from bad to worse, Tatum. The first encounter was bad. The second turtle take, they didn't even get anything in return, man. They gave away free gold, free experience to YG and the turtle as well. This gives them permission to just do this. Look at the bottom lane. They're all the way forward. Lina does not give a care in the world, and they are showing the threat, but they don't care. They have no care in the world.
Red strike yet again pushed up, as well as the Glorious Pathway as Coin picks up the punish onto Lina. A little bit too deep there on the flank, but still, they got what they wanted. They got the turret, and take a look at Lina. Despite going down, still has 100% kill participation. What is this mid laner on, Josh?
I told you, man, there's just something different about it today, man. You gotta feel it, you gotta see it. But hey, Zino do finally get a turret on the board, which is good. 1 structure down, but a whole lot more to go. They're down 2,000, more than actually 2,000 gold. And that's gonna be a problem when it comes to these, because every time they go to a team fight, which might just happen again right now, they are raring for it, circling like sharks, and Lina is threatening it. Now, but they're not gonna go all in. But every time this happens, every time it becomes a 5v5, every time we see a team fight, they just get slapped out. It doesn't matter who's there, it doesn't matter what you start with. Somehow YG, specifically Blink, walks away unscathed virtually.
And while all of this is happening, Stitch is just farming in the background. Remember, he is a Claude, one of the best scalers in the entire game. And when left unchecked, a Claude is gonna be a terror with or without any help from their team. Another turtle getting started here by YG, the 3rd turtle of the game. A Super Light tries to draw them in with the taunt. Doesn't hit anyone. And Super Light in trouble immediately will go down in the hands of Han. And the mega kill for the Lucas as there is a Tsunami Slam into the front line. And that will give them the turtle for now. But YG on the hunt yet again. Xiaoyan down to 1. And Han is just nigh unstoppable. YG feels the same way as they push down with the Blazing Duet down in the mid lane. Boss Coin is down again. That's 3 players out, and YG take the mid tower as well.
Absolutely no respect for the territory of Zino here, getting killed underneath their own turrets and taking 2 more to boot. That is some beautiful team play coming in from YG. Ying is here all alone and they're threatening, they're throwing everything they can. This could barely lose an inch. He just backs off, rejoins his duo, and they're looking to catch more stragglers. Lina rather, is still on the lookout for where are you hiding, and Superlight getting charged up. We don't know if it's gonna hit yet because the last time this happened, it came to absolutely nothing. And here comes the setup again.
Good for the airstrike coming through from Super Bird to provide assistance, but you can see, Josh, Zino does not have enough damage. Superlight is not nearly tanky enough, and that is a 0-4-2 Gato Kacha, the last thing you want in the early game here for Zino. Odds showing up on your screen now, folks. Place your bets as YG are starting to press the issue onto Zino, denying them of their purple buff. And now on a 7,000 gold lead, 8 minutes into the game.
It's just, look at Stitch, man. This guy he's on farming simulator. That's what's going on right now. Because even if Zino, they're going, it's a 4v5 again. Coin getting himself in a bad spot, and they're just continuing. It doesn't matter. They're outnumbered in the front, and Han's still hunting them down. It's just kills everywhere.
Yeah, Stitch is just chasing down Xiaoyan. And it's just 4 players down. Later is the only one left standing. Stitch almost catches Later as well. Blinks back out. This is absolute demolition from YG.
It's grim, man.
They're pushing into the base of Zino. Gonna be blinking out into the Lord immediately, and Zino cannot do anything about it, Josh.
Yeah, not even close, man. You got rid of those pulses as well in the mid lane inhibitor. Makes things easier for them later down the line. Because with that Lord, it's going to be another distraction. Another thing that we've been seeing from most of the teams here in 1xBet Rivals is they love being able to split push, right? They have the distraction going on in mid, the team fight going on. You leave the gold laner elsewhere. The marksman is doing their job, farming away, pushing the lane, and getting the turrets. And that's what YG is doing again, because Zino seemed to be confused as to what they want to prioritize at any given moment.
Well, the thing is, they don't really have a lot of options, do they? At this moment, they could just defend the base. They can't really go out, because the Lord is marching down in their mid lane. Split push in the top, and there's a 4-1 split rather for YG as they siege down this bottom lane. Immediately move towards the Lord to assist. There's no more protection for that mid tower, so YG gonna try and assault this, break it down. Han looking for the entry. Blink gonna go across the wall. The airstrike gonna buy a little bit of time as the Kaleo ult does not connect, but it doesn't matter. The tower is still alive for Zino for now, and YG unable to break through as of yet. That's the Blazing Duet used up already for Stitch, and good defense all throughout for Zino for now.
Getting themselves another lease on life here, keeping themselves alive by a thread, but they can't overextend like this, man. They have to learn their lesson. Superlight's right there, almost getting killed here, and if they can get one, they can get more. Now they're looking for it. Another wave, another renewal on the fight. Now the Feathered Airstrike brought out.
Oh, they're coming in. They're coming in. Han just went into the fight. Beast form is a little bit too far in, and will be able to survive because he is the Lucas after all. A little bit hard to catch down. YG. Oh, they tried their best to assault this base from Zino, but the defense is just too good from this squad. So much wave clear from the Zino squad, keeping them alive for this point.
They're gonna have to be buying this time for the next Lord to come out, though. A minute left before the next Lord will be spawned here, and Zino not being given permission to explore their own territory here. You see the CC Ying actually just trying to lurk around, trying to see if anyone overextends, give them permission to try and start another altercation, but it's not going to be given that as they granted that vision. So Zino at least are keeping close together. They know that if one person is left all alone here, it's going to be nice and easy for YG to capitalize on that. So now they are not taking those unnecessary risks. They're letting the lanes push themselves forward without too much help, just to make it look like they're staying in their spot. But at the moment, with the time counting down, they need to get close to this Lord, otherwise it's going to be an uncontested one again for YG.
But the thing is, YG could just set up a bait here. They can just sit here and wait for the players of Zino to walk into their hands. They don't have to take this Lord. This is more of a risk than an asset at this point, but they're risking it. Zino walking up. YG already chipping it down to half. A good ult from the Gatot gets the one, but Blink still flickers to stay alive, and Stitch blinks forward. Here comes Lina to try and start the fight, and they do get the jump onto Super Light. Down for the count. The Gatot goes as the Claude goes on a rampage. There goes the Tsunami Slam, and that's 2 players out for Zino. YG take 2 and the Lord.
And another miscalculation coming in from them, making it easier for them to push through here. We might be missing some of the wave clear at this point. And even then, right, Superbird, even with the feathered airstrike, they didn't get too much out of it just because they were just barely outside of the range of that. And they're so ready for the going to be pushing it down like it's nothing.
Yep, Lords slides in. Didn't even take damage because it crashed before the tower.
Another tower.
Go down. Another one out. 2 inhib towers out for Zino. And YG set their sights towards the third. Look at the position of hand. They're going to go in yet again. Hadith ult's going to be activated here by later to buy a little bit of time to chrono dash the minions away. And that buys a bit of leeway for the bot side tower here of Zino. But for how long? Here come the waves again. Feathered airstrike. Buying a lot of space, and this is a headache that's starting to become annoying for YG. The header airstrike, but the triple knockup into the Tsunami Slam. They catch Super Light yet again. Stitch from the back line, just pummeling it away at everyone in front of him on this Claude there. Because amazing duet, and Han goes on a godlike, and YG pick up 1 just like that. The tower still stands, but the Zeno base down to half.
So low right now, and more pressure coming. All directions covered. Now the orange buff as well. Granted to Stitch here. What do you do at this point? It's getting desperate. Now the feathered airstrike coming back again. Yes, it's going down, but it's not going to be enough. Another Tsunami Slam
coming in
Super
again.
Light is trapped and look like they want to keep going for more.
And Super Light is out. No more tank once more for Zeno. Apart from Coin, who is just trying to fend off the minions. And again, YG press on, take the tower, and they leave the base of Zeno wide open.
Way open, man. And it's just gonna get worse from here. But it looks like they are finally starting to catch up. The problem is they still have yet to win marginally in these fights, in these 5v5s. So YG, basically the plan for them is, okay, you know what, take your buffs, make sure that you are at your strongest at this point in time, because they have more than 15,000 gold in the lead from Zeno. 15,000, this is unheard of, Datum. And right now, with only 20 seconds to go, that Lord is looking like it's nice and juicy. Boss Coin's trying to find some sort of vision, some sort of idea, something, trying to distract them as well, threatening maybe that they want to steal the Lord. But I feel like YG are paying no heed to that.
Yeah, they have to watch out for this Farsa. Superbird can set up a feathered airstrike that could be the key to steal the Lord here. Super Light also has that ult, but Ying up front. I'm looking at Blink. Where is that Kalea? They pull Coin back into the fray. The feathered airstrike used early here. YG have a chance. Blink goes in. That is a Tsunami Slam again onto Super Light. That's half HP left. Back onto Super Light. He backs on down as Stitch comes in with the duets, and Coin is away for now. Super Light finds some strike back. Zhao Yan into the back line, gets a triple, and now the killing spree onto Lina. Make sure that Zeno cannot stand back up. Zhao Yan, the only one left standing, will not stand for long, and YG turn toward the base, and they wipe the floor with Zeno with a 24 kill game.
Yeah. Wow. YG. Wow. What a performance we got out of them. It was nice and clean. I do feel like Zeno was kind of fighting back towards the start, but there was something missing. Something, I don't know, the power of friendship or something like that. I was not feeling the spirit from Zeno here for this game. I just feel like YG had control all the way through, despite the fact that this was more or less an equal affair, a back and forth affair.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I said earlier, Zeno, they were supposed to be the one that was proactive in this game. They had 2 tanks on top of Asuyo, so YG had to play defense on them on the early game, but boy was I wrong. YG was the one to get the jump on them. The first minute of the game, he already got a couple of kills on the board because of just how oppressive their mid laner is and how relenting everyone is from YG just to deny that early game from Zeno. and they turned Zeno's strength against them. YG took them by surprise, and they just never stopped. They never slowed down. And the most impressive thing for me for YG here is they never made a mistake. There were so many times where they could have tried to push down the tower and fight them under that base, but YG waited. They were so patient, even taking their time to chip down every single one of those inhibitor turrets. And the discipline at show here is just next level for YG.
Yeah. And not to mention as well, right? It's not just the discipline in learning when to take fights, but it's knowing when to disengage as well. As soon as they see the Feather District, they back off, wait for it to expire. They're getting no value out of this far, so they've got virtually no value out of, if I'm being honest, anything at this point, right? Because even then with the Suyu getting some kills every now and then, it just felt like it was so lopsided that everything that was given to them was maybe on purpose. Maybe it was just one small miscalculation, right? If they weren't able to get those, then it would have still wouldn't have changed the course of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. YG just in a firm grasp of that game. And I was talking about how they didn't have a full-on tank amongst their roster. Certain times they didn't need one. Just fight and fight and fight. And I'm having trouble placing as well who my potential MVP is, because it was just a collective effort.
It was.
Man. It was on
It takes
point.
a village. That's what it is.
The mid lane was on point. The jungling was on point. There was not a single time where Zino was in control of the objective pits. The turtle, the lords, every single time YG was the one who got there first and got the thing. Zino just didn't. They just couldn't. It felt like they were hampered because the Gato Kacha was always getting destroyed by YG. It feels like YG set out a vendetta on the Gato Kacha here. That was super. Zeno's Gato Kacha just did not have a good time this game because YG was consistently looking for him, and every time he showed his presence on the map, he was just caught up. Tsunami slammed into the back line, and he was gone.
Yeah, I feel like this is what we also said earlier, right? That we're not really worried about the range that was kind of missing from YG's team because of the existence of the Kalia, right? Because you can Tsunami slam them, you pick them up, throw them in the back, show, hey, you know what, guys, here's some food, you know? That's what it does. It's like when you go to the park and you throw a lot of bread on the floor, it's just some pigeons show up. That's what it looked like to me, right? A feeding frenzy of sorts every time the Kalia would bring out the Tsunami slam. With that being said, of course, we're gonna have to go back to the numbers, give us a good idea of what actually happened, and that's a 24-4. Excuse me.
I think that's this got to be one of the most. This got to be the most kills we've had in a single game here. And take a look at the scoreboard here, Josh. Every single player of YG has contributed immensely to this win. Look at the kill participations of every single player here. None of them less than double digits. The lowest one is what? 15 out of 24. That's insane, the amount of cohesion this team has. And that player that I was talking about that has 15 kill participation, the lowest one in their team, doesn't have any deaths. It's Stitch, who was split pushing. That's the reason why it had the highest kill participation. He was split pushing. He probably dealt the highest in terms of turret damage, and he has all the items that he needs. He's the only one who's got he's the only one who's got 5 items completed. His bank here, so Stitch definitely carrying along his own weight despite not having the same amount of KP as Blink, for example. But YG, what a unit this is, what a game this is, and what a performance in this game number 1. Zino, I think they caught a little bit surprised by how thunderous this presence is from YG, and Super Light just did not get to play the game much, did he?
No, definitely not. It was a horrible time for the Gato Kacha player, man. It feels like it's like when you wake up, right? You're looking for what it is you have to do at
for the day. Some guy's just waiting for you at your front door. It felt like every time this guy would walk out of the base, someone would pick him up. It's the Kalia. Hey, what's up, bro? Let me drop you down. And then he just gets melted. This was terrible for him. So that's definitely gonna be taking a toll on the mental for the rest of this series. Luckily for them, it is a long one. We got a best of 5 on our hands, so we do have quite a few chances for Zino to make up for their mistakes here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're talking about with Zino, right? We didn't really see them push to their limit, and now they are to the limit and beyond. It feels like they have to make something change here, and the problem isn't necessarily the draft here. It's how they approach the game. The draft is pretty good. Just like this, they just or out macro, just like in that previous series. The decision making is just more decisive, more assertive here for YG, and it never got to a point where Zino. It never felt like Zino were the ones making the decisions in this game. It feels like they were just around as YG takes over the map slowly. And they have a lot of work to do if they want to come back in this series. 24-4, Josh. That's a lot of kills for your opponent.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. I feel like Zino didn't really get to show what they wanted to do just because they weren't really given the chance in this game. We saw Xiaoyan yesterday just actually Xiaoyan was what we said was the first successful Suyu in yesterday's broadcast, and now this guy did not get to play the game. It's not a single objective, not a single kill. The same thing for the Farsa here on Zeno's side. It was just a miserable time. We talked about being able to rotate here, the speed of being able to rotate on the Farsa, the utility you get out of the artillery mage that would have come if they had the chance. But YG came out of the gates swinging, and not just swinging, but they were roundhouse kicking their opponents, making sure that they were not able to pick up anything on the map, man.
Yeah, and this is because of Lina's performance on the Zushin. And if you think about it, Zushin does make things miserable for a Farsa anyway. You talk about a Farsa, okay, Farsa's power point is when she gets that feathered airstrike, but the problem with that is Super Knight has to stay stationary while casting that ult.
Yep.
Lina thrives on that. Lina's gonna pull you back, draw you in, and then shower you with DPS, especially if you're standing still. And that's what Lina did. From minute 1, Super Light was so behind in lane that the rotation of the entire squad as Zino is just crippled. Stitch is the MVP, but only because he dealt the highest numbers and dealt the highest objective count. But Lina deserves some credit as well, and you gotta give credit to Blink too for setting up a lot of those team fights. But Stitch, as I said, if you leave a Claude unchecked, this is what happens.
Yeah, I just feel like that the game plan was so well defined here by YG. They were able to keep them distracted. They were worried about getting killed on one side. They didn't have the time to worry about the Claude, because every time like this, every time they'd show up, Han would get this kill, 1, 2, and Lina was just doing God's work on here. What do you do when you're worried about that on one side and the Claude is on the other, right? And at this point, every time you got a glimpse of what Stitch was doing alone in the 1v1s, this guy was just steamrolling over his opponents. It's a miserable time.
Yeah. And the team fights too, perfectly positioned. Look at YG, perfect front to back. And then, look, still, even with the blazing duet, Stitch is just at the tail end of this team fight. It's so picture perfect here, the positioning of YG. And Zino just forced to back off even before the fight begins. Again, look at this. Perfect spacing, the amount of respect. I was talking about the amount of respect YG was giving them as well. At those conjunctures where they could push those inhibitor turrets. They took their time with each one, making sure that Zino was at the position where they could not fight. Either the feathered airstrike was down, or Super Light was taken down early, or there were stacks for Stitch. Even the fact that there were stacks for Stitch was enough for YG to shut down Zino in that or in every single engagement that they had. And boy, what a treat it is to watch YG, especially with that Claude, Josh. The first Claude we've seen of this tournament, and it's immediately turning heads. Stitch immediately picking up the MVP. And what's a series and what a game that was. Guys, quick reminder, for those of you who don't know, we do have an ongoing bonus of 100% on your first deposit when you use the code RIVALS. That's RIVALS. Type that in when you are cashing in on 1xBet, and you have 100% bonus on your first deposit. Oh, we're ready with game number 2 here, Josh. YG, this time on the blue side, Zino on the red. What is Zino going to change?
What do they change, man? Because Claude, that's a pocket pick. It's not something that you would
You shouldn't ban
actively
it.
try and ban out. It's a waste of space. Because if you ban out that Claude, then you're opening up yourself to a world of hurt. Right? So I feel like it's not so much in the drafting here, more on the execution. But they definitely do want to get rid of the Kalia, I feel, at this point, after seeing what they can do with said hero. Maybe even let go of the Suyo at that point, because they weren't able to capitalize on the early potential of the Suyo. So there should be a fundamental change in how they want to, what that game plan is for
the
Zeno
approach.
here.
Exactly. They have to refine their approach. Because what YG essentially did against them is blunt force. They smacked them in the head with what they thought Zeno had. Imagine this. It's like Zeno was holding a hammer and YG was like, give me that! And smacked him with it. Exactly what happened here. And the bans this time prioritizing the Fanny. Joy away as well. Phobia's out for the count. YG get their hands onto that Harith. So this time they will be playing more standard. No, I feel like they will not play the Claude anymore. Harith filling the role of that carry in the gold lane. So Zeno will get their hands on that Zushin, which is crucial for Lina. What is Lina going to play now? Kalea out as well. And we've seen a couple of alternatives yesterday on the Kalea, one of those being the Cho.
The Cho,
Will
yeah.
YG pick up a Cho this time, or will they go for something else?
I do feel like one of the things that is important for YG is being able to initiate those team fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Cho is going to be a pickup here, but unless they're threatening to ban it in the second part, in the second phase rather, then it's not going to be the priority. So we got the Suyo here and the Badong. I can't help but be a little bit scared for Zeno here. If they let the Badong through and they let the Suyo through for YG, we talked about YG on the Suyo for YG being one of the more powerful picks. So we're just gonna have to see.
Yeah. Yesterday we saw Blink on the Jawhead. Admittedly, it was the game that YG lost to Myth. So it's a possible option for them, but given the track record, there is a chance that they don't pull that out this time around. No tank yet for the side of Zeno, though. So the options are, of course, as usual, the Hylos and the Gato Kacha. I've seen them hoard both of those earlier. I don't think they're going to do that anymore this time. So YG have a chance to take one of those for themselves. Luca's still available as well. The thing that Zeno used yesterday earlier as well. Fredrin banned away is one of those options that Zeno can bank on. Actually, YG could go for perhaps another carry here. I don't think they will with the Harith already in play. So let's see. Hayabusa could be up for grabs too for Zeno. If they want some more damage amongst their roster, just play around the idea of a Hayabusa, that single target as well with the Granger. Let's see. Zeno is... I'm not particularly sure if Zeno used the Granger yesterday, but it wasn't too effective for YG when they played the Granger yesterday. So I'm pretty sure they're glad to be handing that over to Zeno.
Yeah, I do feel like wait, what is that? That's the ban out for the Farsa, which it does surprise me. I don't YG doesn't strike me as a team that need a Farsa at this point. We're gonna be banning out the Gato Kacha here. Zeno, what will the pick be? I do feel like they need something in the front. There you go. You got the Hilda. Not necessarily central to the game plan, I think. But this, I hope this isn't the only tanky hero that they have here. I feel like they
Oh.
need something meatier up in front.
Yeah, I love this Faramis respect though from Zino. Remember, Faramis was the very heart and soul of YG in that final game up against Myth yesterday. It was a very deadly Faramis who just couldn't, who just kept the players of YG alive over and over in the hands, of course, of, I believe that was Lina who played the Faramis yesterday. So
Yeah.
it's a good job for Zino doing their homework. Carmilla
Ooh.
used up this time on top of the Cecilion. Now, this is actually a good thing. Give them a lot of sustainability and sort of just become an ominous presence in that late game, if that makes sense. And it does give them a lot of scaling options too, coupled with the early game of the Suyu. But I do have to point out, Josh, the early game of YG here is substantially weaker compared to what they did in that last game. And Zino will be locking up their final hero here as well. So here we go. Zino having their baskets in the early to mid game with this Hilda Granger combo. So this time they're going to attempt the early game strength again up against their opponents, who this time had a weaker early game. Can they make it happen this time around, Josh?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be the question here. I feel like at this point, YG have shown that they have a very deep playbook. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do have the know-how, the execution to be able to do this well compared to their usual strats here. But we're going to be looking at it once we are in the server, which is right now game number 2, Zino versus YG and the hunt. It's already here as Superbird is trying to hunt down for some sort of information there.
Yeah, and you can immediately see the difference in that mid lane priority. Look at Superbird. This time putting the pressure on into Lina's a flip of priorities here compared to the last game. Early rotation coming through from Super Light, and Blink getting the giving the assistance over towards Lina. A bit of a shift in terms of our odds, but yeah, Zino still expected by the majority of our viewers to not win this game. So let's see if they can upset that. As YG this time, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Josh. Look at how the difference between YG and Zino this time, who is way more aggressive. Zino forcing Blink to back off out into his own purple buff. And back to my point, Zino this time is way more aggressive compared to YG because the early game of YG now is way weaker.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be much more careful this time around. So they're really gonna have to lean into the mid to late game here. But they are still going to be making some attempts to make sure that Zino have to respect them.
Blade Surge coming in from Han though.
It's so low already.
Yeah, Super Light is super low. As Coin will be on a 1v1 in
amazing.
the bottom side. Come on, man. Give me some help here. 11 seconds until the turtle spawns up. And that's a nice knock-up blind one from Super Light. Not expecting anyone to be there. But that is a level 4 Suyo.
A bit too far away.
We're expecting
Blink's so
to have
low,
that.
though.
Boss Coin finds Blink out, but that is a Carmilla. A little bit of survivability available to that Carmilla as Han starts off this turtle fight against Super Light. Ying enters the fray now. Doesn't have the ult yet, but does have the fist break. So can provide a little bit of deniability onto Zino. Is YG willing to give up this turtle with Lina around the area as well? Don't think they have enough damage. They're going to try to steal this out instead. Then Han successfully does. Fist break perfectly timed from Ying. And it's time to count your losses. YG running away and Zino on the hunt. Lina, CC immune will be able to survive. So it's a kill for a turtle as YG take the objective.
What a steal that was, man. Turning things around just a little bit more, keeping them a little bit more equal. Because we would have expected Zino, after that first kill, to have been able to get it. But Han, this guy knows his timings. You got to respect that.
Yeah, and I love the timing from Ying's fist break as well. It's what enabled Han to get close and get that retribution just in the nick of time. And that's got to be pretty annoying if you were Xiaoyan. But still, Zino come out on top because of some gold plating. And I think that's the first kill as well, that contributing a little bit to their gold advantage. So YG have to be careful still. That is a Tsunami Slam going to be used up early here in response to Xiaoyan going in. But it's just going to be the disengage from Blink. YG knows that they don't want to fight yet.
Yeah, they definitely don't. Now those Stitches threatening some presence up in top. Blink also waiting for it. Super Light now looking for the fight, the 1v1
It's not
here.
gonna be
Lina
made.
is right there. It's gonna be a lot of
Ooh.
damage done. He's stunned. He has to get away, and he does.
Yeah, good
Slippery,
pullback.
slippery.
Yeah, good pullback coming through from Lina there with the backup. Super Bird now getting challenged by Han. But it's 20 seconds until the next turtle spawning. Somehow, someway, YG have surpassed the gold of Zino here. And the 1v1 on the bottom side is slowly being won by Coin now. Push back with the fist break. As Ying will be walking that off for now. As it's 8 seconds until the turtle dance.
I like Blink's positioning here. Sees everything. Super Light's right there. And there you go. As soon as you touch the turtle, hey, I'm right here. Now, feeling it, you see Zino actually slowly making the rotations to get closer to the turtle here. Lina, Han gearing up for trying to pick up that purple buff before anything happens. And yeah, it's going to be coming just in time. It's going to be a 4v4. The dance around the turtle right now. The damage being
good
done.
pullback coming through from Lina.
To stay
And
alive.
Super Bird tries to survive. We will do for now, but the turtle is the objective. And it will be taken by Han again. Double knockup coming through though from that Kalia of Super Light, who will get taken down either way by YG. So the setup does not matter. YG get the kills and the turtle. And now they're pushing mid.
We're looking for another turret as well. And this is where YG just excels, Datum. We talked about this before. It's their target selection. It's knowing who to prioritize in these fights. Doesn't matter how many people you get, as long as you get who you want to. And now they're getting away with so many things across the map. They got that mid, they got the turtle, and it looks like they want to go for another. And Han just gets exactly the first tier turret on bottom lane.
Onto Lina immediately used to shut down that mid laner, and Blink will be next on the chopping block, but Zino decides to call it off as Ying has entered the fray. That's a good kill for Zino.
Definitely a good kill. Keep them in the game. It's Stitch though. Also, wary of the fact that Super Light is so close by. It's just the continuous rotations from YG, making sure that Zino are not prepared to go all in. One wrong move and you'd be caught.
Exactly. And again, we look at Stitch, who is just farming in the background. Later, doing the same, but with Ying around the area, you would think that YG are planning something here to flicker forward into the fist break, and later having to flicker away with that Sonata just to stay alive. And as I was saying it, the setup from Ying, just lightning fast on that Badang, and Zino have to watch their backs now. Slowly, their vision is crumbling around this brush area, this river area. But Zino are capitalizing on the absence of that bottom laner. Han moving around there as well. Ying just around him too. But 10 seconds till the turtle. I think Han wants to rotate to the top side.
Definitely going to be looking for it because the Carmilla is already there. They can see that they are playing around here and look for trying to bait out where Han is so that they can suss out what the game plan is. How do they keep him away from the turtle? But they're not gonna stop it. Are we gonna be starting it off now? Damage done over
good
onto
pullback from
points.
Lina yet again, and Boss Coin having to run away this time with half HP left. And again, Zino on the back foot as the turtle started and gotten by YG this time. Okay, good initiation of the fight for Super Light. Immediately having to flicker away as there is no backup for that Kalia. And again, YG take a kill. Han deep into enemy lines, finds Coin to engage into the fight yet again. And Han, immortal form, Blade surge forward. Boss Coin flickering away. Here comes Super Light, but nothing can be done about this Suyo. Nothing can be done about YG. They're starting to take over again, Josh. Ying is running forward, and Zino at a loss.
They don't give a care in the world right now. Han is hunting them down on one side. They are a divided force. It doesn't matter if it's a 5v5 or a 2v2 or a 3v3 because they're winning every fight across the map. Look at Stitch. He's been unable to get to level 10 at this point. He's so far forward ahead in terms of the gold, in terms of the level. And now Han basically getting away with daylight robbery.
And again gets the kill with the fist break this time. That's going to be the Tsunami Slam used defensively by Super Light, but everywhere else, Zino are getting pinned down against the wall as Coin gets destroyed by Stitch. Now on the killing spree is the Harith as Han reaches level 13, about to hit level 14. YG can't wait for the level ups. They're just pushing at the base of Zino. The first Lord isn't even up yet. 9 minutes isn't even reached yet, but YG again have somehow found a 6,000 gold lead and have destroyed every single tower in the bottom and mid lane.
And it's looking like a drought for Zeno. It's looking like a desert for this team. No water, no food, no nothing, no resources. They're just getting choked out from all different corners of the map. And even then, right, even with Xiaoyan getting some sort of value elsewhere, even with Super Light having access to the Kalia Tsunami Slam, they're still going for it, trying to fight back, but it's just not working. They're getting thwarted at every attempt. And now the first Lord here activated. Coin might be here, but they don't care. They're just melting down the Lord. They're not even going to get there in time. And just like that, it's gonna be another Lord.
Always going to be the steal there, but YG secures it nonetheless. Mega kill coming through from Stitch as the Tsunami Slam is used just desperately to keep Zino alive, but Super Light is the sacrificial lamb. The double kill for Harith as later runs away. Flicker forward on Ying. Will not let that Granger survive. 3 players down again for Zino. The Lord marching down on their bottom side and YG starting to look at the base of Zino.
Yeah, feeling it, looking like it, man. It's the same amount of control. Yes, Zeno were able to fight back a little bit more this time around, but it seems to me that their grip on the game is just slowly slipping, finger by finger. It's looking terrible for them. And Blink, see how far forward he is. He does not give a care in the world.
Oh, this is absolutely scary. YG sieging the top tower. The last outer tower down here for Zeno as YG assist the Lord in that bottom side. The Tsunami Slam used desperately by Super Light there to nothing at all as the Lord marches down into their first inhib tower on the bottom side. Zeno look carefully onto the horizon as Xiaoyan having to back up immediately. Look at Ying deep into enemy territory as Stitch Chrono dashes forward with the OT laid down on the floor. They take down the first inhib tower. Later goes down as well. Han takes another tower from Zeno, and there 4 people left standing. What a pullback again from Lina as Zeno desperately looking for good positions, but there seemed to be nothing in the face of YG, who are now godlike as Stitch finds another mark. They're gonna push towards the top tower, push towards Coin as Stitch gets the double, and that's a last-ditch effort from Superbird, who will not find nothing at all. YG 2-0 in this best of 5.
God. And still in dominant fashion, Datum. 13-2 to end it all. And what a beautiful game we were looking at. We were doubting this. We thought that this was going to be much closer than it was. And again, we've been proven wrong. Again, Zeno have fallen in front of their enemies and they have yet to get up. We have one more game in the series to keep them alive, to stop them from dropping into the lower bracket. We're just going to have to see if they can come back from this, because if not, then this was a terrible, terrible time, Datum.
Yeah. And the thing you got to remember about this is already round number 2. This is essentially the quarterfinals here of the playoffs. If Zeno are unable to stop them right at their tracks, YG are gonna go straight into the playoffs. They will be the first, or into the semifinals rather. They'll be the first team to get into the semifinals, and YG could smell it. They're 1 win away from that semifinal slot, and boy, is it ever feeling inevitable here for Yangon Galacticos. You can see the amount of support they're getting in the chat as well. A lot of players, a lot of people watching are rooting for YG, and I get it now. Why? Because YG are a force to be reckoned with, it feels like. 2-0 start for this playoffs, Josh, and what more can be said about this performance? It's just awe-inspiring.
Yeah, it is. It's just so clean, man. It doesn't matter what you want to take a look at, right?
at any given moment there is some sort of productivity going on, right? They know how to be efficient as a team. No minute, no second is wasted because they're always looking for an objective to take, right? Stitch is getting himself built up for later in the game. The rest of the team is busy or is keeping the enemy team busy so Stitch can just do his thing. So they keep at it. They get themselves those kills. Han gets the objectives. All the while, Stitch is still alone. He's still doing his thing because they've done such a great job at misdirecting their enemy team, their opponent Zino, to the point wherein I said this earlier during the game, where Zino doesn't know what they want to do, let alone what they have to do.
Yeah, and it's super impressive as well how they keep doing this with non-optimized compositions. What do I mean by that? They got a Claude in that first game. They could have swapped that out for something else, even more powerful in the meta, like a Granger, for example. It wasn't banned out. They didn't have a Moskov. It would have been even deadlier if the Claude was replaced by a Moskov. In this game, they had a Carmilla in the mid lane. They could have replaced that with something else entirely. Maybe an Eve, maybe a Faramis, something else entirely that is theoretically a better fit in the meta that would have made their job easier. But even so, even with individual pieces of their roster not necessarily being optimized, they still make it look easy. That's what makes it impressive for YG.
It's such a deep strat booking too, man. I mean, we're talking about them as a team wherein, they pick off meta heroes. They don't need to follow the meta because they have some great game plans. They have some great ideas about how to approach it. I also feel like they've stricken the fear of God into the hearts of Zino at this point, wherein it doesn't matter where you are, right? We saw Lina just walking around being unpunished. They're not trying to kill Lina because they're afraid that the rest of the team is right behind them. And that's so scary.
And speaking of Lina, sorry to cut you off there, Josh, but Lina is just on point with pulling them in. It felt like Lina was more like a Franco this time because of the amount of pulls that they did with the hero pickoffs. But the MVP rather of this game is going to go in the hands of Stitch. Instead, it is the carries receiving the coveted MVP title, who had a performance perfect in this particular game. 0 deaths, and might not be the best. And we go into the highlights of the game now. So, YG, what a start, what a performance, and what a way to win this game too. They did not let Zino have the better half or have the better of them in that early game.
Anything, really.
Yeah, and they just took every objective yet again.
Yeah.
Oh, what a steal too from Han in that first turtle.
I feel like that's also part of like the mental game as well, right? When you finally think, oh man, we're finally gonna get a neutral objective, we're finally gonna get a turtle, and Han just plucks it out of thin air. That's disheartening to say the least. But the manner in which they followed up from that, right? As soon as they got that turtle, they just continued to snowball forward. Every time they tried to take a fight, every time Zino wanted to start something, they would be forced to back up, forced to not take any risks, because whenever they do, it's just that they've been able to force out so many mistakes from Zino so far throughout the series.
Yeah. Speaking of mistakes, YG not committing any that I remember, at least. So far, YG on a hot streak. First game of the series was one where they pulled off the most kills in the game in the whole tournament rather. And the second one is actually, Josh, one of the fastest, just sitting at 11 minutes 17 seconds. Taking a look at all the games we've had so far, the closest one is from Myth with 11:49, but that's the fastest game we've had so far. The most kills and the fastest game so far, both from YG, both from this series, and I wonder what they're gonna pull off next in this series. But I do have to remind you guys, for everyone watching at home, I hope you're having fun. We have a promo ongoing. Get a chance, or actually get 100% bonus on your first deposit
it's guaranteed.
when you use the code Rivals. That's RIVALS. Just put that in to the code box when you are depositing in your 1xBet account, and you're gonna get 100% bonus all throughout the series. We're gonna show you the odds of each particular game. So make sure to be on the lookout for that as we head into the draft of our potential final game of this best of 5.
If I'm being honest, man, I feel like Zino at this point they may have given up, right? It's the way that they've been losing, the way that they treated that last game towards the tail end of it. I feel like they weren't even trying, and this is what kind of scares me, right? When the mental game has been going on for so long, especially in a best of 5, it's so hard to come back from, especially when you've lost in the fashion that they have. Game 1, 24-4, game 2, 13-2. So they need not just a mental reset, but a brand new game plan, because nothing has worked so far against their adversaries.
Yeah, exactly. So what the game plan is, we'll get a glimpse of perhaps in this draft, if they even have one prepared. Chip banned away by YG this time. Fanny, they're not gonna be seeing any games in this series as it is banned away by Zino again. Hayabusa up for grabs. Still the same priority picks available. The Kalia, Suyo, Shujin up, Lucas up as well. Obvious point of contest for almost every single series we've had so far is available. So let's see what the bans are going to be. Yesterday, let me check the heroes that YG picked up yesterday. They did go for nothing too crazy. They have picked up the Carmilla up against Myth. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win that game, but this time they were able to make it work. They did pick up a Beatrix, but that's about it. They didn't pick up anything else apart from the Faramis. That was their saving grace in the final game. So Zino, remember, in that first game, the first 2 games rather, they banned the Faramis in the first 2 rotations. So if they let that go this time, I'm almost sure YG are going to use that for closure here in the best of 5. Or perhaps later along the line. What is the ban going to be? Hayabusa still available here. Is that... Oh, it's a Zushin, right?
That's a Zushin, yeah.
That's a Zushin.
What does that look like at this point, man? I feel like, yeah, they're definitely banning out the Kalia is a great spot, but the problem is, I feel like the Kalia is not as central to the YG game plan as it seems, right? Because during the first game, yeah, the Kalia was really activating quite a lot, but the problem was that it was more part of the distraction than the actual win con for YG. Maybe they would want to lean into trying to shut down the gold laner earlier in the game to make sure that they don't get the scale into the late game here.
Okay, standard ban so far. Zino not gonna let they're not gonna let that Zushin go back into the roster here. So what is the plan for Zino? Gonna prioritize the Harith yet again. This time Phobius banned away too. So the Kalia out means we could be seeing a Badang here for YG. Novaya available, one of those things that was a point of interest for YG in that series yesterday. So perhaps that could be something they bank on this time around. Hayabusa finally going to come out here for YG. So Fanny being banned out ultimately here has favored YG, giving them that Hayabusa. But there is still a Suyu available that if Zino want to put themselves back in that early game strength of the Suyu. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, Hana, this Hayabusa is probably going to be very scary. We saw what this guy can do in the jungle. And knowing the Hayabusa, which is very much in the meta right now, having left that open may have been a fatal error here. So, it's gonna be tough, man. They weren't able to really block any of it. This time, though, we're gonna be looking at a Fredrin and the Hilda for Zino. Something to go up against the Hayabusa in the jungle, maybe as a utility jungler. I'm trying to think of a way that this works for Zino Datum, and quite frankly, I feel like this is still
This is not a solid house of cards yet for Zino.
I mean, it's sort of a different take on the Suyu comp. No? Fredrin just a little bit stronger in the scaling department compared to the Suyu. I would have loved a Suyu into a Hilda combo. That would have been a nightmare to deal with in the early game as two beefy boys running straight at you. But a Fredrin deals a little bit more damage. It's a little bit more self-sustainable here. So it's a different take on that regard. Oh, Valir will be a preemptive pick here for YG. Try and push away at these players of Zino. They are taking away the Valir and the Badang, so that's a lot of it's sort of playing into your own strengths. As YG this time will be bringing out the Badang in the mid lane for a little bit of a different take in this meta.
This is gonna suck if you're on Zeno's side, man. Can you imagine the CC you get out of the Badang, out of the Valir here? It's gonna be a pain, especially if you're a Harith. The slow, the stun from the Valir, and if you get trapped by the Badang and the damage from a Hayabusa, this is scary to say the least for Zino. I feel like they're getting painted into a corner right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, they haven't picked a hero for Stitch yet. Granger still available. Actually, no marksman ban apart from, there you go,
Moskov,
Moskov being put up by Zino. So the Granger still available. They could put Stitch back on that Moskov, or rather on that Granger, and try their luck this time around against a different opponent. Joy being away as well really limits our options to perhaps the marksman this time around. Luca's still up for grabs as well too, but I doubt that fits well into either compositions here. There's already plenty of bruiser energy here for both sides. Maybe for YG it could be a thing, but nah, they already have a dedicated core in the form of Hayabusa. Navaria banned out. Okay, Nolan taken away too. Perhaps that is a pocket pick here for Stitch. But the Granger is up. It's curious to me that Zino prioritized banning the Nolan over the Granger. Because YG will be getting the Hylos instead. Zino can pick up a Gatokacha or something similar to that.
Yeah, but the last time we saw the Gatokacha for Zino, I feel like it hasn't been tested. They are going to be picking up the Aurora along with the Cho. This might be a good one, actually. I feel like something that would have been missing from Zino is that CC. Aurora does give you the potential for the freezing, and of course Cho that can isolate your carries.
Okay. Final pick coming through for YG here.
Oh!
Another. It's another banger. It's another banger, Josh. From YG. The 1-1 coming out. So that makes sense. It makes sense now why they banned
It
the
makes
Nolan.
so much sense. It makes so much sense, Datum.
It makes sense
I'm a little
because
scared for Zino here.
apparently Stitch is a bit of a wild card. That's why they banned the Nolan here. Hey, here we go. Third game of the series here, Josh. Now, is it going to be the sweep for YG, or can their opponents push us into game number 4 or potentially into game number 5 here? Let's see. Quick reminder to everyone who is watching, we have an ongoing promo for 1xBet. You get a 100% bonus on your first cash in when you use the code RIVALS on 1xBet. Special thank you, of course, to 1xBet for making Rivals a possibility as we head into game number 3 of this second playoffs matchup in round number 2 of the playoffs, essentially the quarterfinals. If YG wins here, they're gonna go into the semifinals. Super Light coming in. That early game strength is just so much from that Cho, forcing the flicker away from both Blink and Super Light. The early engagement, Zino, they're ramping it up.
Yeah, they're looking like they want to get active this time around, making sure that they learn from their mistakes earlier. But I just feel like they did the same thing the last game, Datum, but they didn't really commit to it the entire game, which is what we're seeing right now, right? They threaten them, they don't go exploring through the enemy jungle, and they're not able to steal any of the resources here. Even Xiaoyan, who's made his way so far forward, they're just waiting for it here.
No invade happening yet from Zino. I mean, it was a bit of a surface level invade there, but still able to secure the purple buff there for Han. So the early game a little bit quiet for both of these two teams. And it makes sense because there's not a lot of tank presence on the map. Zino should be the one creating those early game fights though, as Super Light having to use the Jet Kundo immediately for defense. The Stitch spot in the 1v1 against later, but the 1-1 a little bit too weak in this early stage of the game, particularly against this Harith. As Turtle spawns up, Blink gets spotted by Super Light. No ults available yet, no Way of the Dragon as the Turtle spawns up. Ying making his way towards that middle side. And Zhao Yan already around the area. Zhao Yan this time, of course, is on the Fredrin. We haven't seen him yet on the Fredrin this whole series, as Super Light gets jumped on, gets the airborne onto Lina, who will be backing off, but there comes the glorious pathway coming through from Zino. His coin forced to flicker away, and that is going to be a turtle taken this time around by Xiaoyan. YG caught between a rock and a hard place as Ying is the sacrificial lamb. Super Light picks up the kill, and Zino this time strike first.
This is the first time we're seeing some early game success out of Zino. They get the turtle, they get the kill. Great stuff out of him, but they have to keep going, man. It's not over yet. They can't be too happy about this, but they do have a substantial lead, at least for now. 1k gold. Super Light still being given permission to kind of explore forward and try to base out whatever it is that they are planning on doing here. Xiaoyan so far forward here, really cheeky, and they're going for it. The taunt comes in!
Super Light coming in into the back line, and Lina suddenly in trouble as Coin picks him up, and YG again in trouble. And here comes the backup in the form of Ying. Comes and activates that OT as Super Light gets pummeled by Stitch's crossbow of Tang as Han dances around. YG find their first kill, but Zino find one for themselves.
Look, little volley of kills now for two teams. I do feel like they may be expending quite a lot of time, a lot of energy trying to get those kills early. I feel like it may be a little bit misguided from YG to try and fight back, but it looks like they want to keep doing it anyway. Quad Shadow brought out, Coin so low. Han will back off. He knows that he can't take those kills just yet, but there comes the cavalry. Lina, Blink spotted out.
Onto Coin, and that's the fist break right to the face of Boss Coin. And that's a dead Hilda as YG climbing back into the gold deficit here. Just 200 or just 1,000 gold behind now.
They do need it. There's 15 seconds. The turtles here, you can actually see Super Light just looking around, trying to suss out where they are here. They haven't really seen Han as of late after that last altercation, and there's a really large possibility that he's just here in the area waiting to strike. So see why Super Light is so careful here, because he's going to be that catalyst for the win here in that team fight that does happen. So close. Ying is right there.
Knock-up coming through, and that's Ying. That's a target. Wave the Dragon, but the fist break is immediately pulled out by Blink here. And look at the damage being brought out here by the Aurora. Super Bird turning the fight around as it's later to find the kill onto the Hylos. Blink gets airborne as the turtle is just getting chipped down by Zino. But Stitch finally comes in. Coin finds Lina, and that's the second turtle gotten by Xiaoyan. YG have to back off to minimize losses, but Blink gets caught mid-rotate, and now YG back into the back foot as Zino pick up another turtle, pick up a couple of other kills, and Stitch is now getting chased down. Crossbow Tang activated, but there's just no damage yet for the 1-1.
That's some misplaced confidence from YG. I feel like they may be still running on a high from the last two games that they did win, but the problem is right now they've been giving away way too much. Two turtles here, too much space. Super Light just being able to run around, and I feel like this comes on the back of just the fact that they're willing to sacrifice themselves. I mean, the hill, look how far up he is. This guy doesn't care. It is a Hayabusa that you're up against, but there's just virtually nothing they can do because he's so far behind.
YG this time getting tested. Look at Super Light challenging that Hayabusa, and there's nowhere to run for Han. We'll get pinned down in that orange buff, and YG struggling a little bit here in the core department. That's a good thing. Stitch has a little bit of a resurgence here. Does have one kill, and it's farming quite quietly onto that gold lane. But the tower in the top lane, they're gonna get taken down by Zino. First one to fall in their hands as Ying trying to contest that orange buff. So YG, the only game plan for them now is to stay quiet and watch their backs. They cannot afford to take any fights as of yet. And besides, their composition isn't necessarily built for the fights, for the team fights that is. It's Han, who being flickered on by Super Light to wave the dragon into the hands of Later, who will take him down so quickly. Lina comes around a little bit too late to the party as again Han goes down and there's no trade from YG.
Definitely no trade, man. I feel like Han is just way too far open. This is something that is a stark contrast from the first two games, wherein Han was playing in the trenches with his teammates every time. He would never be alone. Now he's just giving himself away. Problem now is the fact that it seems to have been turned around with this game that is going, at least so far, wherein YG haven't really had the opportunity to capitalize off of anything that they got here.
Yeah, and at this point, YG just doesn't deal any damage at all. I mean, Valir anyway was more for utility than being more of a damage-dealing mage. Blink, more so on the same, especially with this build. So it's a bit of a struggle where to find that damage from YG's side. They're gonna have to play with the towers, and even with Zino's gonna get a couple of kills. Killing spree done and secured for that Harriet. A Super Light somehow survives. Stitch going on the change on the boss coin, but that is a very tanky Hilda as YG is struggling to keep this tower alive. Look at the poke coming through. And Super Bird is just turning painful now. YG have to play close to their chests. A little bit too deep earlier, and now they're starting to pay for it. A 5,000 gold lead for Zino, the most they've made this entire series.
The level gap, a gold gap that they have right now. Han, yes, he's level 11, but we've really not gotten anything out of the jungler from YG so far. No objectives, no kills whatsoever. So what then becomes the answer for YG? Right, they've been caught out of position quite a few times. I feel like they have definitely been a little bit too confident based on the first two wins that they did have, which were, for being quite honest, those two games were stomps. But it's a completely different story this time. They need to reset. They need to go back to what they know, because they're playing like a completely different team right now.
Yeah. And this is a challenge for YG because we haven't seen them get play from behind and win. And in their first game in the group stage, when they fell behind, they just fell behind hard. They only got 2 kills that game and got utterly destroyed by their opponents. So this time the challenge for them is to play that comeback. And here comes the shadow kill. Han almost getting a shutdown onto Super Bird. But Super Bird stays alive on the Aurora. So despite the nice execution, Han still gets nothing out of that. And Zino just starting to lord.
Yeah. Not much contest. Look how far up Boss Coin is. Super Light as well. The zoning out is being so well done. I feel like YG also, this is a good choice not to try and fight for it, because they really don't have a chance at this point. They're gonna have to bring this into the late game so that they can get Stitch and Han up to their full capacity right now. Because the way that it's built, man, there's not enough damage from Han. You saw it earlier. You saw the same thing from Stitch. Even with the ultimate, it didn't work out. They really need to play together as a team. But before they even attempt to do that, they need to get themselves up to scratch. They need to get their items up, equalize. And I feel like that's not gonna happen anytime soon. So it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle for YG.
Yeah, it's a long game for sure for YG. They cannot pull out any fights at this point. They have to minimize mistakes, play along and reactively to Zino. Meanwhile, Zino, this is their chance to strike. This is their chance to end the game on a high note. Push us into game number 4 as YG, the first protection of the tower, will be popped here. Boss Coin will be hovering around the bottom side. Stitch a little bit too far forward, and here comes the flicker forward. But that is a good punish from Stitch to get the kill on the back of that fist break. Stitch have to play with fire a little bit here, but a good shutdown from YG is a good start on this defense. Lord crashing down on their bottom side though, and YG should have enough wave clear for this unless Coin decides to push up. Nope, Zino decides to pull it off, back off, and YG successfully defending, getting a kill in the process.
Finally looking at something that is the usual YG game plan, picking them off one by one, and that was Super Light. This guy was the key so far to Zino winning those team fights whenever it did happen. I feel like this guy you can see 5 assists on his KDA right now. Is that because he was that initiator, that instigator for the team? So YG, they're definitely playing close.
Conceal play coming through from Zino. Super Light gets the
bad!
double knock up, and here comes the way of the dragon into the back end. Blink goes and out. He goes as well. What a play from Super Light, and again one of YG's players down.
Oh man, yeah, they definitely need to be careful. They had the right idea. I just feel like that concealed play was so well timed as well. They were definitely not expecting that. Even after Superlight just got killed, he was already back, already raring to go for another fight.
Yeah. Boy, and this time looking to set something up. Stitch is a little bit too far forward. Look at the movement speed on that Hilda. It's absolutely terrifying. And Ying, this time around, will be providing that security guard duty. But YG, as you said, Josh, still have to fight an uphill battle here. Stitch is slowly getting there, already level 13 on the 1-1, and is not punished because of how good his positioning is. But one single mistake from this 1-1 could cost him the game. He's realistically the only one with damage here. Han is there, sure, but it's particularly easy to get past the Hayabusa when they don't have a lot of damage, a lot of items in the bank. So it's all riding on Stitch,
nice
as he's had in the past couple of games. But the Lord is up. YG's got to do something about it.
I feel like it's always been Stitch though. These kinds of situations when it comes to the 10-minute mark, everyone else deactivates, they have to funnel everything towards Stitch. But now, let's see that the Lord's being started here. Ying, Lina threatening a steal, but no one else is close by.
They get caught!
You can see them on the
And that's
map.
Ying going down already. And what is his backline? Can
know
he get
about this.
close? Is
Wait!
the steal gonna be there? No, Blink goes
Superbird!
down. Stitch is taken away. That's the mega kill for later. And YG just get destroyed. They're getting chased down by Super Light as well, with an amazing entrance yet again. What a way of the dragon, with Super Light performing out of his mind. YG, they're getting knocked on their base, and Zino have come to enter, force their way in. Han looking to make something happen. There is no shadow kill, so Han can't do anything but clear the waves, and YG stay alive for now, but for how long? It's a 9,000 gold lead for Zino.
Uphill battle still continuing, man. These guys, this is the ultimate test for YG. So far, they haven't been tested, and now Zino are showing there for YG. Are they actually able to fight back, or can they only win when it's domination? Right? What happens to your team's composure when games are this close? When things are this sideways? It's 12-3 on the map, and they have barely any control of anything here at the moment. The Lord is also slowly marching its way forward, and now another inhibitor turret. It's almost gone.
Stitch, gotta be careful. That Super Light up close has flicker available on. That's Cho! And again, he strikes. That's going to be a dead Ying, and Super Bird is the one to blame. Another nice execute from Super Light as YG now desperately clinging on to life. Good fist break coming through from the back end, but there's nothing YG can do. Blink goes down early. There's Stitch. There's the hope of YG, and this should be the game for Zino, who pushes us into game number 4. Zino not done yet.
There you go. We finally find a real game on our hands, Datum. I feel like Zino are going through that part of the script, right? This is the absolute rock bottom for their team, and now they bounce back in great fashion as well. You gotta love to see it.
Of course. And at this point, we haven't answered the question of what can YG do when they start to fall behind. They have yet to recover from any game that they've fallen behind on. That was the bane of their existence back in their group stage match. Thankfully for that, they came back in that next game. But I think they need to play and rely back on their team fight prowess. Go back to that Faramis comp that they used to win that group stage match, and then go from there on. Because honestly, the off meta picks, they're not working anymore. The 1-1 got dismantled this time around, and I think they need to go back to what they know works.
Yeah, I feel like they maybe have experimented a little bit too much for this series. And yeah, that's a problem, right? We talked about
Yeah.
being sort of a kid in a candy store situation where you feel like, you know what, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this, and not everything works. Luckily for them, it has resulted in some wins, and that the same thing happened yesterday. It wasn't a clean 2-0; it was a 2-1
Yeah.
against Mythic Seal for YG. So I feel like this is probably part of the course for them to experience at least one game loss, but they usually do bounce back after it.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see though. This is of course a different playing field as it is the playoffs already. Stakes are of course higher, but the competition is getting tighter and tighter. Zeno, a good bounce back from them. I really like their performance in that game, and they did not let any footing get to the feet of YG there. So really impressive stuff here for the Zeno squad, and prove us that they're still in this fight. I mean, there's a lot of doubts cast upon the ability of Zeno after their first two losses, right? Because we didn't see them in that with that look yesterday, but now we're seeing them get challenged and they're actually fighting back. I like it from Zeno.
Yeah, we're finally seeing what they look like in their true form. I feel like it took them just a little bit long to get there, but hey, if that's what it takes, then that's what they're gonna do. So now, leading into game number 4, we're gonna be hoping against hope that Zeno will be able to show that same form they had in game number 3 here to possibly take it back all the way into a full 5-game series.
Yeah, absolutely. I do hope we get there, Josh. The first fully stretched best of 5 here. But YG, the good thing here for them is they only have to tweak. They only have to tweak their composition a little bit. In particular, they just have to change one pick. Just change away the 1-1. Pick a different hero. Maybe even just go for a Joy in the gold lane. Or just a different marksman altogether. And it will be all dandy in my opinion. Let's wait and see what they're gonna plan on out. I mean, YG after all are a big fan of these off meta picks. Yesterday they picked the Carmilla, made it happen. Picked up the Jawhead as well, made it unable to make it work, but that's the idea. YG, just whatever the odds, they like playing these off meta picks, so I doubt they're gonna change that anytime soon. So let's see how they're going to adapt to the now Zino Esports, who are back for vengeance and trying to get us to that game number 5. A quick reminder to everyone as we head into the post-game stats here. We do have an ongoing promo with 100% bonus on your first cash in when you use the code RIVALS. And there you go, a deeper look into the numbers here reveal just how impressive a run that was for Zeno. I think later deserves a little bit of credit too by keeping Stitch at bay. I think that's the biggest, one of the biggest factors in this game was YG could not come back because later did such a good job of not letting Stitch get anything from that laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely nothing, man. I feel like Stitch was just deactivated all the way. I do feel like the 1-1 may have been a poor choice given what they did have in terms of options, right? I mean, they showed us the Claude the game prior. They didn't dare ban it out, and that could have been an option too. I mean, if we're being honest, there were so many other better choices that were available. I feel like this was definitely YG experimenting, trying to show a different look so that their strat book isn't always all the way shown by the time we get into the later series in our tournament.
14-minute 55-second game, and Zeno finally pick up their win in this series to keep themselves alive in this best of 5. But I remember, guys, task not done for Zeno. They need to win 2 more games to get to the coveted semi-final slot. Let's take a look who the MVP is of this series, and it is Super Light, of course.
Yeah.
The amount of setups that this guy had, mighty impressive.
Impressive is, yeah, definitely that word that we were looking for, man. This guy would be the instigator for every altercation, every team fight that they wanted to take. Super Light was the one calling the shots.
And he was the one pulling the trigger, quite literally so. And it doesn't matter which target he picks, but every time he pulls the flicker or the way of the dragon on any of these targets, he will commit and he will pull you back into his own team. And it's just impressive too, the way he was able to do it. Very, very clean here. Just like this, he was able to catch Han into the hands of Later. And again here, under tower, performing a beautiful combo. And it was just Super Light over and over again. Just like that as well. Even in the thick of things, Super Light still able to draw them out. Man, almost every single highlight is about Super Light. And that's how good he performed this game. I do hope we see him at the same form in the next coming game.
It's definitely going to be something to look out for if you're YG. If you want to be able to close out this series, you need to be careful of Super Light. Make sure that you don't let him do those setups. Don't let them pluck you out, right? Because I feel like right now YG, what they've shown as so far in our series is the fact that when they play together as a team, they do have some great positioning. We talked about this in game number 2, wherein their positioning is always on point. And if you're able to break that positioning, then that's where YG start having problems. So that's definitely something that Zino have learned so far. Now we got one more game on our hands.
Yeah, one more, potentially 2 more if Zino can keep it together. YG have to address, I believe, I think the biggest thing is just the drafting here, because the way they execute, the way they perform in that game was still, I think, very decisive, very clean. YG just didn't have much to play around, which is why there was no point of a comeback there. Not to mention the fact that there was a rampaging Cho on the other side, so there wasn't really a lot of leeway for YG in that last game, hence why they lost there. So I think they should just fix their drafting here, put a little bit more damage in the bank, because honestly, the damage wasn't lacking with that comp. I mean, they went for the Valir and then the 1-1, so they were really putting their eggs in the Hayabusa basket in the early mid game, but
it didn't work, man.
Yeah, it did not.
Han looked like they just it looks like it feels like they stole his lunch money. This guy was trying to do everything on the map, but every time he would be so close to getting a kill, but it just wouldn't be enough. And I feel like also they were kind of off tempo here, right? You don't really have a defined initiator when it comes to these kinds of fights, where usually you would have Blink pull out one target and everyone would collapse on him. This time it was Han just initiating on his own, and more often than not, he'd not only not be able to get the kill, but he'd also get killed in the process because he'd be caught out in the open.
Yeah, and there wasn't an instance where Han was able to find isolated targets, because there were a lot of moments that Super Light was just providing assistance. Boss Coin as well, never letting any key player among the roster become alone, of which they only have 2 that Han could realistically target, Super Light and Later. So their job was made easier by the fact that they only had 2 squishy players on their roster, which is again credited to the fact that they drafted really, really well into this YG comp. I love the way Zino approached this game, because it's specifically catered to the way YG's comp had weaknesses, and they showed it perfectly in the Land of Dawn. So YG have to step up in terms of drafting if they want to secure this series. Guys, by the way, if you're just tuning in, this is the second series of the playoffs. It's the quarterfinals between YG and Zino. The score being 2-1. If YG wins this game, they advance to the semifinals. And if Zino wins this game, they will force a game number 5. And it is very, very exciting. Let's get this started. Let's get the show on the road. Put the draft up down there, as it is YG on the blue side, Zino on the red.
Definitely going to be looking towards for YG, trying to not give them the opportunity to get those setup agents. So Chip is there as an option to get rid of. Of course, Zino thrive in that kind of chaos. I'm not surprised that Chip is there, but I just feel like they haven't really picked Chip so far.
Yeah, so far. Now, I haven't seen a single Chip today.
Other than
So
yesterday, yeah, yesterday was
yeah,
interesting. That's Joy gone for YG and the Fanny for Zino.
yeah. The Hayabusa still available here. YG having the blue side this time have priority pick. So wonder what they're gonna prioritize this time around. They do have the liberty of options. Harith being one of Stitch's signatures, I think should be the priority here if it gets past the first rotation of bans. And YG could also get something else for Stitch. A Granger, a Moskov perhaps, but a Harith I think fits the bill the most. So let's see if Zino is going to ban that out. Badang also available, so it's a choice between the Badang and the Harith for that ban. Zino, I think, will let the Harith get on to with the pickings, and YG should capitalize on that unless there's another cheesy pick that YG have in store for us. Let's wait and see here. Zino though, I think the drafting for the most part not the worst in the world, actually pretty decent. With the way they demonstrated that last game as well. It's more of a problem with YG's draft in that last game, lacking sort of contingencies. And this time, the drafting proper, putting Stitch back on the Harith. And I love this.
Yeah, gotta love it. I mean, we have yet to see YG slip up on the Harriet, so I would not be surprised if this is that one thing they needed. Because I mean, what happened as soon as we saw him on a 1-1, things went sideways. So for Zeno, hopefully for them, they do have quite a lot of options for those setup heroes. See if they choose the Kalia, which is gonna be open for now, or stay with the Cho because the Cho went great. The other way though is going to be the Feredrin.
Yeah, Feredrin locked on up. Zeno, this is becoming sort of a comfort here
Oh, there you
for
go.
them. Kalia secured as well. YG. This time will be getting their second couple of picks. Let's see what's going to be. I believe they'll put priority on what Lina is going to use. There goes the CC. They could go for Faramis at this early
They could
conjuncture,
go for
actually.
a
Because
Faramis.
going into the second rotation risks the Faramis getting banned on out. And if the YG wants to secure it this time, they're going to go for the Suyo
the
instead. Which isn't a bad idea in and of itself too. It's just that YG are just really good at playing that Faramis. But I don't mind Suyu as well. And there you have it. Powerful trio already for starters here for YG. Zeno looking for the response. A Fanny not available. Hayabusa could be taken away here. Maybe a Gato Kacha. Maybe a Hylos as well. But with the Selena picking priority in that ban, there's a lot of options available here. And Eve is, of course, a powerhouse in terms of magic damage too. So I don't mind the Eve pick here, but it leaves them a little bit vulnerable when it comes to the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it does leave them vulnerable, man. I don't feel like the RWM is going to be that much that useful in this kind of situation, knowing that you do have the Kalia. Yes, it's going to help you zone them out just a little bit longer after the Tsunami Slam, after the knockups. But I think that President has already that ship has sailed. Yesterday we just saw the Eve getting countered at every twist and turn. So I'm surprised that Zeno are looking to try to beat them with the Eve here.
Hilda getting banned on out here by YG. So they're planning or they're taking away the options here in the roaming department for Zeno. Farsa banned out, Gatot taken away as well. So I'm looking at the possible options here to play against an Eve. And something on the aggressive side could favor YG here. Try to keep up with the Harith and, of course, the short ranges of the CC and the Suyo. Although, Sushin unavailable, Sicilian down as well. YG not the type of team that do play, put priority on the Farsa. A Chameleon, I wouldn't mind a Chameleon here, but YG might be playing for something along the lines of meta pick. So far, Zeno, let's see what they're gonna come up with here. They don't have a marksman yet. Granger being one of the top options. Moskov up for grabs as well. So I think a Moskov would go well in this comp. Oh, I think something else new entirely here. bring out a Bruno. Lots and lots of single target damage here, but a little bit short on the range compared to other marksmen like a Granger perhaps, but a powerhouse in terms of damage nonetheless. Like this pick from Zino. We're seeing a lot of off-meta picks today here, Josh, but I love it. YG, what's the response?
Yeah, what is the response here? I mean, right now YG, they're really missing quite a lot of that tankiness. So, in response, specifically to the Bruno, they do need to find a way to kind of defend against that, as well as the fact that I feel like they need to actively try and square up against the Kalia as well, because YG are that team that focuses very highly on single target selection. And there you go, the Cho is going to be picked out in the Lui. So yeah. I feel like that's a good matchup for the mid lane, and the Cho as well, kind of being stolen away from Zino after what they did with it last game.
Well, besides, there's already a Kalea in the ranks of Zino, so YG gonna be picking up their own version of that Kalea, the old school and trusty Cho. And
Mr. Backers,
solid, pretty a pretty solid lineup here for YG. And Zino this time, okay, they're bringing out all the stops here for Zino. They're gonna be picking up 2 pocket picks as they fight for their lives here in the upper bracket and try and push us into game number 5. Both are going to be locking up their respective comps. And this time YG, no playing about anymore. They put the mid laner on the Luoyi and then a Cho to set it all up with off the back of a Harith and a CC. Very, very strong individual heroes here for YG. And same can be said for Zino. So it's going to be an all-out battle of attrition here, Josh. And I'm all for it. Can't wait to see who comes out on top here as we go into the Land of Dawn. Can Zino keep their upper bracket dreams alive? Let's see.
Yeah. We're going to have to see if Han can continue what he has already done so far with the Suyo. Going to be starting it off, of course, with their respective buffs here. Super Light and Super Bird. Threatening presence here in mid, which was what they did earlier. The same precedent, the same game plan so far. But the speed at which they're clearing this jungle actually is pretty good for YG. Ying, though, might be caught out of place here. A lot of damage coming from Coin.
Early engagement actually is not gonna happen. There's a little Wanderer will be permitted away by Zino. YG taking that out without much contest, or without any contest at all. Meanwhile, CC having a field day on that top lane, giving a lot of priority over towards YG, but Zino's the one to jump in. Superlight gets a knock up onto Blink, who will have to run away with the Cho. So YG finding a little bit of fight back from Zino. And this is it, Josh. I think we have a game in our hands.
Yeah, I do feel like we're finally going to get something that is not one-sided, okay? But with the Kalia along here, both teams are going to have to be very careful about their positioning. Because if you get caught out of position, it's going to be the Cho, it's going to be the Kalia. That's going to get you in the clutches of the enemy squad. And now YG, emboldened by the fact that they do have a Cho, that they're kind of back to their usual picks. I feel like at this point there's going to be much more confidence for them to kind of get back to what they have been doing and to continue that precedent that they have started.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle for Boss Coin to keep up with the CC as the Arlot, and that's a reason why there's meta and non-meta picks. It's a little bit harder to keep up with the meta picks, as the turtle getting started already by Zino. YG not even getting close. It's Blink the only one that's there. YG aren't even going to contest. Coin is the target. Nice flicker to safety, so Zino gets the turtle without any consequence.
Definitely no consequences. You gotta love it. Han right now, I feel like it does look like that he has been discouraged from getting too active. I feel like that may be a misplaced response after what happened in that last game, because we talked about this before, the Suyo as a pick that is strong in the early game, and it's only 3 minutes in, so there's definitely still some of the remnants of that early game power that is present. And the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be for Han to get the most out of it. And what is that? Just as I say it.
Boss Coin getting erased from the map there. Didn't even have time to use the sweep of his ult. Try and get away from there. The final slash still available after going down. And that's daylight murder there over towards the XP lane. Stitch going for a 1v1 too. But that is a fair bit of damage needed to take down that Bruno. Good knockup coming through from Zhao Yan. Goes back into
Ying's
the fight
in
as
danger.
Coin comes in with the dash, and there's nowhere for Ying to go at this point.
Oh, there you go.
He'll be able to try and survive for just a second, but that is Zhao Yan taking him down somehow. They're gonna pick up Super Light, and that's the trade of kills here. YG stay ahead for now. Stitch dashing forward.
here.
Han enters the play with Immortal Form, and Stitch gets the Chrono Dash to get the final nail in the coffin for later as YG come out ahead in the kills. 1,000 gold ahead in this 4-minute mark.
Yeah, we talked about Han having to get active, and he has been active now. 2 already for him at this point. YG squarely in the lead again. But here we're going to have to see if they can get the turtle this time around. Zino know that they have to actually fight for it. They can't take this sitting down. So Blink is trying to suss out who's going to be the best target, who's going to be the best person to
Tsunami
throw
Slam
into
available.
the entire team.
Super Light still available with the Ode, but the knockup is going to be there on Blink. Double knockup on the Jun Kundo, and then away the Dragon into the back line. Super Light gets hit, but Lina still gets the turtle into the double kill as Zhao Yan goes down. YG have turned it on, and the fight is breaking loose. Coin having to push them all back to keep later alive as Lina comes in for the triple. Han with the Blades Torch gets the double kill, and that's the unofficial wipe out there from YG. Super Light just coming back from the dead, and what a clean fight breaking through from YG.
And that's the YG that we know and love. We saw them the first 2 games. They disappeared for a bit, man. They took a little toilet break, and now they're back. Han with 3 kills out of the 5, if I'm not mistaken, in that last altercation. No, it was Lina rather, where we saw the Louis getting so much value, the Tsunami Slap to try and get them, but Ying is so fast. Blink is right
so
there.
fast.
Crossed Stitch is
So
right
tanky.
there, so close by, but they can't help. There's too many people.
Stitch coming in from the back end of the fight as well as Ying does go down early. Blink there for the help, but they won't be able to steal that Little Wanderer away. YG lose 1 player, but still come out ahead. 3,500 gold ahead to be exact. And they're going to try and fend off this bottom side attack. Good dash into safety for Blink. And that's the part of the throw, flickering back into the way of the dragon, and that is going to be Zhao Yan
RWM?
staying alive
How is he
somehow,
still alive?
and Blink gets knocked up. Super Light chasing him down. Blink also survives. It's Coin, it's Zhao Yan, both going down, and it's
so
Zino on the run yet again. It's Stitch coming out ahead with the triple, and again Stitch emerge as the hero of YG.
It's kill after kill after kill for YG here. They slowed it down earlier. It didn't work out. They went back to their old devices. Every time they meet, every time they see one target, they take him down and they hunt down for more. They're bloodthirsty after having lost the 3rd map. It could have been a sweep, but now they're going to have to make do with what they have.
YG this time a little bit too late to the party on this turtle take, but it's okay. It's still around 60% healthy. Good knockup coming through, and that's the Tsunami Slash going into the
Slam.
background, but they will be taking away the turtle anyway with
Oh, no, it's
Han
happening
on the
again.
perfect retribution. Here
Hunting
comes the
them
double
down.
onto that CC Ying on the triple, and Han on the mega kill. It's just all out murder as Zino fall out like flies.
It's a daylight massacre, man. It's looking terrible for Zino right now. There's really no way for them to fight back. It's looking like we're back in game 1. Deja vu be down, man. It's happening again. And they're going for another turret as well. Now Coin with the Arlot dropping in with Super Light as well. But they're walking into a trap. It's a trap. Boss Coin falls.
Oh my gosh, Lina, everyone's just popping off. Stitch, Lina, Deathless, 4-0-10 on both Han and Stitch. And they just seem unstoppable at this point. Josh, 9,000 gold lead and counting up and up. YG showing no signs of slowing down. And everyone just hunting out for blood. Zhao Yan around the corner, Blink. Oh, good dash out. Just a bit of a face check there.
Yeah.
But there's no objective currently to fight for. Inhibitor Tower is available, or rather is exposed for Zino at the top lane. But everywhere else is a little bit too heavily guarded here for YG to push up to. 40 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. So it's gonna be a bit of a
It's gonna be quiet for a bit.
wait. Yeah, a bit of a wait.
Someone singing Silent Night in the background now. Stitch, though, looking for a turret, possibly. They're threatening this presence. You can see everyone actually just on the outside of this, but Zino, they don't want to walk into it. They don't want to start anything just yet. They know that they're going to fall behind because that's what happened the last few fights.
Yeah.
And not only that, they don't just get one. After one falls, YG actively hunt them down. They want it to be a full wipe every time, and now here's the Lord.
Yeah, getting taken immediately by YG here really early into the game. 9-minute mark isn't even reached yet, but the Lord swinging down, melting away from YG. And that's the Lord taken without contest at all. Zino getting challenged, and look at YG. Ying just pushes forward, takes the first, pushes Zino back into their own base, and YG just got their straggler. Later is out, and YG can push, siege this mid tower.
It was way too fast, man. You get the Lord, and you didn't even notice the entire YG roster was so close by that Zino almost got caught. And yes, they did get later. Luckily for them, they're alive for now, so they can still survive for another day. But now the Lord is trudging on forward on the top lane.
Dragon
They're
used
feeling
up our
it.
blink already, and Super Light having to use everything in his power to back off, but the siege is still underway down in mid. YG knocking another turret down as the Lord marches towards that exposed inhib tower on that top side. Zino have to play defense.
So oppressive right now, man. Zino not only having to play defense, but trying to actively fight back, making sure that YG don't push all the way inside.
Conceal
They keep
play,
going here.
getting cooked up by
is so
Blink
close.
here. There's going to be the Jet Kundo available as that's the knock-up coming through. Oh, they pull him
Tsunami
back
Slam.
into the fight. The Tsunami Slam is wonderful from Super Light as Ying falls prey to that wonderful setup from Super Light. And they keep their tower alive in the face of the Lord. But there's another wave incoming, and Han is out for blood. Looking for targets.
Oh, here we
Stitch gets
go
pushed
again.
backward,
Look
and
at Super Light, he's so
YG
low.
are just diving under the tower.
don't care.
Stitch destroys the tower. They don't care about the tower. Han finds another as well, and 2 inhibs down for
Gave
Zino.
the base a haircut, man. There's only one singular here, and that's the middle inhibitor turret. Absolutely no defenses for them except for this one structure. So Blink, Stitch, they're so willing to just find some sort of straggler, someone who has overextended. It's happened too many times in the last few minutes, man. Yes, they did find Ying. Yes, it got a little bit hairy, but you can't deny it, man. That's more than 10,000. That's a 12,000 gold lead for YG. Vestiges of the first 2 games coming back. Memories rushing to the top of the mine here, and Super Light's getting melted.
Super Light, and what a setup yet again for Blink. Gets a Jet Kundo, but he gets taken down here, and Zino looking to fight back. They find 1 kill. Blink is out for the count, and Zino get the man advantage, and YG having to back off. Blink a little bit too deep with that execute.
Way too deep, man. Way too deep. They did not have the minions there. They didn't have the positioning either. And I feel like Blink was trying to set something up for his teammates, but they just weren't close enough for it to work.
And Zino just got the jump really well there, just punishing that Cho. Keep themselves alive, but it's a false sense of hope, if I'm being honest here, Josh, because it's still an 11,000, 12,000 gold lead here for YG.
They're not even close to the late game.
Realistically, the only thing they need to do here is play their cards right. Blink looking for another target in the distance. That's Super Light, who could set up an engagement here with the Lord getting taken now by YG to half
that's so
HP.
far away.
Blink just holding them up
comes Xiaoyang.
as of yet. Luna coming in from behind can use the Luo Yi TP to bring the team closer to the exposed base of Zino, and Zino have a choice. They should either fight or come back, and it's the answer is
Blink.
fight. The Super Light is gonna get forced to fight, and Stitch is just ending the game. It's done. YG are the first team to the semifinals.
It happened again, Datum. For those that are going to be the future opponents for YG, they need to keep an eye on Stitch. Yes, Han is flashy. Yes, a Blink can pluck you out. But it's Stitch who is the real win con here. They build him up as the chaos is happening across the map, and Stitch can just do his job. This guy is playing farming simulator in the year 2025.
Yeah, and that's not to understate anything that Stitch contributes to the team. He's also a micro god. He plays
The mechanics are
so
insane.
well into those team fights that it's just that we rarely get to see it because it's rarely needed. He's always needed elsewhere because the rest of the team has got it. That's just how strong YG is, and that's how powerful they are going into the semifinals. They'll be the first teams advancing to the semifinals, and Zino will be bumped down to the lower bracket now. Remind me again, Josh, who was it that Zino are going to be facing in the lower bracket later on? It's TSM, right? Team Spectrum.
It is going to be
there you go.
TSM. Yeah.
So tomorrow,
TSM.
that's good news for Zino Esports fans, though. They're not out for the count yet. They do have a lower bracket where Zino Esports will fight for their lives, and they're facing against Team Spectrum tomorrow to keep their playoff dreams alive. But yeah, that is the first team advancing over towards our semi-final bracket, and that is Yangon Galacticos with an explosive win against Zino.
Yeah, and what a series it was, man. We saw YG activated all throughout except for game number 3. I feel like Zeno was able to find that pain point. They definitely outcrafted them there, and the mechanics were great. And that may be a weakness that can be taken advantage of later on. But the problem was, they just weren't able to come back from it. Yes, they got themselves they got themselves one win. I feel like there's definitely a lot more to be asked for in terms of the mechanics, in terms of the team play for Zeno, because they need to find more than one dimension of being able to win it, right? And that's something that we found in Mythic Seal, something we found in YG so far. Wherein it doesn't matter what the central idea is. It doesn't matter if is it a team fight centric comp, is it an objective centric comp, is it a late game ramping up comp. That's something that we have yet to see for Zeno. And if they want to stay alive in this tournament, then they need to be able to show all those different facets of a team.
Yeah, they have to adjust, right? Because the competition is really, really tight. Especially everyone else in the upper bracket still, right? You talk about YG, you talk about NB, you talk about everyone else up there, and it really feels like they're on a league of their own. Mythic Seal alone is just a beast in their own regard, and then now Yangon Galacticos, one step closer to getting that grand finals. So it's just, I love it. I love the excitement that brings about with the playoffs bracket here. So tomorrow we're gonna be seeing more MLBB with Mythic Seal going up against Newborns. That is a matchup I am excited about. Newborns, of course, punched their ticket to round number 2 after a very convincing group stage performance. They were the only team to perform a 2-0 win, apart from Zeno, of course, that won their game by default. So I'm excited to see how Mythic Seal is going to go up against Newborns. But enough about that. Let's talk about this current game at hand first. Let's see the post-game stats to take a deeper look into what actually transpired between these two teams, and take a look at this. How good do those numbers look? Blink with a 4-0-12 scoreline, and the setups from Blink on that Luo Yi is just wild.
It was so wild, man. The way that we saw the Luo setting them up, not to mention, of course, Stitch ever so consistently tearing away at the objectives, the show that's always there to activate the rest of the team. And Han, my god, Han always getting the perfect timings when it comes to those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that really was what ties their composition, or this team, really, really well, is the players are just so cohesive. They're just on the same page. It's really hard to execute Luo Yi plays because you run into the risk of walking into a trap. You run into the risk of of TPing out to the face of 5 people. But the way that the players got each other's backs is just phenomenal stuff here. Phenomenal cohesion from the YG roster. And I love it. It's just a support system that works through and through here, with Stitch sort of becoming the final boss here for YG.
Yeah,
it kind
man.
of feels like that, right? You have to get past everyone else, and then there's Stitch. And speaking of Stitch, let's take a look at who the match MVP is going to be. But it could be it could be anyone,
Honestly,
from
it could
Han
be anyone.
to Lina to Stitch. But I would give it to the guy who ended the game. Yeah.
There you go. That's 4-0 and 11. It didn't even last that long, for being honest. 7,000 gold is not much, but the pace at which Yangon Galacticos were able to function across the map, the way that they were able to get the objectives, able to take control of the map, right? It's just that Zino really didn't have a chance to play for this game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, from start to finish, it just YG taking over. Stitch, proving his mettle yet again, will be winning, will be taking the MVP title. And man, the setups from Blink, I'd like to see those setups one more time. This first blood too
That was
is just
insane.
beautiful. And the steal from Lina as well for the first turtle. This is where things really started to snowball in favor of YG.
We have
And-
doubts, man.
And I think it's more so because it just destroyed the hopes of the players of Zeno. And then this, the unofficial wipeout here for YG. Yeah, beautiful team fighting through and through as well. Look at that, Super Light desperately trying to turn it around, but Blink somehow survives even with the flicker from Super Light. See, look, conceal play into a Jet Kundo. What was that? And I think the players of YG were just on a different level this series.
Yeah, man, they looked so good. I feel like they had a lot of great ideas, the setups that they had, and what I really like about this one was the sheer aggression that they have, right? It's not just going for the team fight, get one kill and back off, right? These guys, when you get one, we gotta get another, we gotta get two, we gotta get three. This was a ball of death rolling down the alley that Zeno was living in, and it's like we were watching a game of bowling, you know, but Zeno were the pins and the bowling ball was YG. It just felt that way for this last game, because every time they would encounter each other, it just looked like a miserable time for Zeno.
Yeah, young Galacticos playing very, very clean in that series. Can't wait to see who they're facing up against in the semifinals. It's going to come between Newborns and Mythic Seal. A bit of a quick rundown as to what transpired today. We had two best-of-5 series. In the first series, it was Mythic Seal taking a
clean
3-0 sweep against Team Spectrum. And then in the second best-of-5, it's Yangon Galacticos with a 3-1 win against Zino Esports. So tomorrow, Zino and Team Spectrum will be playing for their lives in the lower bracket. We will see the bracket later on in just a bit. But no one is out yet. That's right, guys. We still have five teams fighting for their lives in the tournament. So make sure to support those teams, support those players you're rooting for. And while waiting for our tournament bracket to show up, guys, I'd like to remind everyone that we do have a promo ongoing with 1xBet. Use the code RIVALS to get 100% bonus on your first cash in, first deposit here on 1xBet. Again, code RIVALS. Type that in while you're cashing in here at 1xBet, and you get 100% bonus. Do bet responsibly, guys, as we head into our tournament brackets. Starting tomorrow, we will have best-of-5 matchups exclusively. And it will start off with Newborns versus Mythic Seal on the upper bracket round 2. And then we will move on to the lower bracket with Zino Esports going up against Team Spectrum.
If I'm being honest, man, this is gonna look like a bloody bracket. Because even if Zeno or Team Spectrum, whichever team between these two survives this matchup, when you look at all the teams that have yet to be dropped down into the lower bracket, I feel like it's just gonna get harder and harder. It's gonna be a long grind to make your way into the lower semis, into the grand final. It's gonna be a headache for these guys, and they just had the misfortune to be dropped here after the first series in the playoffs.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if there's any upsets possible once we get to that lower bracket. But that's concludes our games for the day, guys. What an exciting set of matches we've had thus far. I mean, shout out to all the viewers that are still watching right now. Thank you for all the support. Shout out, of course, to 1xBet for organizing Rivals. Thank you so much. And of course, shout out to the production team for always doing a fantastic job of giving us the best broadcast possible. And of course, thank you guys for everyone who showed their support for the players, the teams, and of course to us, to me and Josh. Any matchup you're looking forward to starting tomorrow, Josh? Any match in particular that you can't wait to watch?
And if I'm being honest, man, I want to see that elimination match because these two teams, Zino and Team Spectrum, I feel like they haven't really been been given the chance to shine. And when you're in the most desperate situation, this is your tournament life on the line. So you're gonna throw everything you can at this game, at this series to try and keep yourself alive. With that being said, of course, this is going to be the end of our second day here at the 1xBet Rivals Mekong. I'm just Suave here with Data. Don't go away. No, do go away because we're going to be ending it today. We have more happening tomorrow. So we'll see you guys then when that does happen. We bid you good night.